I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Why is mine the only chair that rolls?
Mine did too.
Dave's does too.
It's your impression.
I had to rope it earlier.
Yeah.
We'll have a chance to review the agenda, any additions, corrections, or conflicts of interest. If not, the agenda will stand as printed. Move on to reading of the minutes.
February 3rd, 2026, the Board of Supervisors met at 9 a.m. with Craig Dozark, Chair, presiding. Members present were Schultz, Mulbauer, Dozark, Hayden, and Rosberg. Minutes of the previous meeting were read, corrected, and approved. Iowa State Representative Steve Holt joined the board via phone with some legislative updates. The board had a discussion with Sherry Nettermeyer, Treasurer, regarding Anna Martinez, no-show for the meeting, Medicaid tax delay, form from the state to suspend taxes, son's income not reported, no action taken. Zach Rasmussen, Emergency Management Coordinator, discussed with the board the Verizon lease agreement. No action was taken at this time. Motion was made by Schultz, seconded by Rosberg, to approve setting time, date, location for a public hearing for a budget amendment for fiscal year 25-26 for February 24th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Board of Supervisors boardroom on the second floor of the courthouse. Motion passed unanimously. A motion was made by Hayden, seconded by Rosberg, to approve the deputy settlement agreement with the county. Motion passed unanimously. A motion was made by Schultz, seconded by Mulbauer, to approve to retain ICAP counsel, possible litigation. Motion passed unanimously. A motion was made by Hayden, seconded by Rosberg, to approve the following resolution, 2026-9, resolution establishing Internal Services Fund number 4050, unemployment. Voting aye, Schultz, Mulbauer, Dozark, Hayden, and Rosberg. Motion passed unanimously. The board held budget work sessions for fiscal year 26-27. On motion duly seconded, board adjourned at 12:42 p.m. Agendas for the next meeting are posted and available at the courthouse on Friday, 4:30 p.m. preceding the next meeting.
Any additions or corrections to the reading of the minutes? Stand approved as read. Move on to supervisor reports. I'll just start by saying something briefly since we're in public setting. Was that I was on the Propane Hank show last Friday, and I appreciate Kyle getting back to me about the fair funding. Is that when he was asking me stuff, I was trying to think of that sheet that we fill out that's always has the discretionary spending kind of on that. And that's the first thing that popped into my mind. And I know Iowa Code 174, I believe it is, which states that the counties may, does it say may, does it say shall? It does.
I don't remember. I went and looked at it too.
That,
after I heard you say it.
They will fund the county fairs. 174.13 just says the Board of Supervisors of the county in which a fair is located may appropriate monies to be used for purchasing fairgrounds, constructing or restoring facilities on the fairgrounds, aiding 4-H club work, and paying agricultural and livestock premiums in connection with the fair event. I did too, because I thought when I first got on the board, I remember reading through that. But I just want to publicly, I guess, get that out there as to what exactly.
I would say in fairness to the fair.
Okay.
It is one of our main community get-together things that brings every level of life together in one place for the community. So I think it's important.
Obviously apparent with the recent tragedy in Monona County with the fairgrounds, how the county and the community is rallying around that fair board to get that place.
They already have fundraisers scheduled.
Yeah, it's on a great day. In our county fair, I see donated, I think the whole livestock scale to the auction for their fundraiser. So
It's pretty sad.
Yeah, I mean, that was a historic grandstand.
Any other supervisor reports? We'll start out with, Ty.
Well, I was just looking, I really didn't have a very busy last week. I had 3 empty days. I don't think you want to hear about my grandson's ball.
Did they win?
He's actually a grade younger than the team he's on, so he's not a real heavy contributor yet. But it's fun to watch him get out there and try. I don't know. I've been working on getting ready for, NACO's at the end of the month. And I guess I'd like to get this out there, I mean, anything, like this is where our ag steering committee, we have a whole day, we do it as an annual too, but this whole day is on Saturday will be about the ag steering committee and then our different, rural development and stuff that go along with that. So if there's anything, Kyle and I were talking this morning just about ranchers and beef farmers that where your numbers are shrinking, and that's probably where part of the herd's going. There's nobody to tend the herd anymore, so you're losing that wisdom that's basically grew the greatest beef on the planet. So them great steaks may be tough one day, and it's all their own fault. But we were also talking about like the pork industry. You get like restaurants even around here. There's only a few pork dishes or only a single pork dish a lot of times, and a lot of beef dishes. And while the market's really high, I mean, I'm not trying to take anything away from the beef market, but diversity of income, there's a lot of pork industry in Crawford County. And we serve some pretty darn good cuts down there just at the fair. And like our new fair food this year was that shaved loin. And it turned out, we were all even shocked how well it turned out and how good it was. People were just crazy about it. Well, why aren't our restaurants serving more things like that and help diversify the food, but it supports all of our industries in Iowa in particular, but across the country. So I think things like that, I'm going to bring them, but other things, just is it typically something that you typically think you take to DC, but maybe it is something that you need to hear about, because right now their answer to everything is ship in beef from Argentina. I won't say that's wrong. It's a supply and demand thing. If we need some supply to help with the demand, we still got to feed families that are low income, good quality proteins. And I'm going to tell you that Argentina, a lot of the people that are down there raising cattle were probably from up here. I mean, I remember a guy from Minnesota. This Joel Kuhlman was, he drug a bunch of us for cattlemen's clear up there. We went to a Vikings game, then we went to a big farm up there, and that guy actually had a bunch of ground in Argentina. So, I mean, they probably got a lot of the same genetic lines that we do up here. Similar. They're in the Americas. I actually, and this isn't to promote Trump, but I will say I like how he's focusing on this hemisphere right now and making all of his attempt is to try to make all of our countries viable, as far as build their economies better. So if you do get migrations back and forth, it's a people that aren't desperate anymore because, you would have people from America that could move to Argentina, Brazil, Venezuela as easy as they come here.
One thing I just keep in mind, and kind of like I talked about this morning a little bit, where I feel like they're missing the mark with the whole Argentina deal. They're not addressing packer control.
Yeah.
If you look historically over where the money from raising beef comes from and where it goes, 50 years ago, it stayed in the cow-calf background or feedlot, and a less percentage went to the packers. Now it's the other way around, where the packers make big profits and are in control.
Do you think when we lost the stockyards, that's when that started? Like when we went to Farm Direct?
I think that contributed to it.
They had a
just
lot
don't
more
have-
control locally as opposed to just at the
But the
stock.
big packers also put in all the restrictions and compliance issues that drove a lot of the mid-sized packers out, so they didn't have competition.
Good point.
But with that, I get it. Here's the double-edged sword of that. We bring in, import more beef to help with it. Packers are in control. It'll lower the price of what farmer and ranchers do. And that will only make it worse for that younger generation who wants to get in. The prices don't stay where they're at, why would somebody in their 20s want to invest in cattle herd?
How can they?
How
If they
can
don't have dad's big checkbook.
Right,
you know,
it
Cal and I
costs
were
so
talking
much.
about the bank won't jump in with you.
But if that goes, if our prices get driven down, to me, it only exacerbate the shortage of beef because nobody will want to do it.
There could be, good point.
So there's some things that I think they need to address as well, not just that we have a shortage of beef or shortage of a cow herd. 75-year short cow herd, or they're the shortest we've been in 75 years.
Yeah.
There's more to it than just importing more beef.
How short of tons are we on the market?
At the grocery store level. So we're
I
talking
mean,
about,
how short of tons? I mean, our herds are lower.
They do raise
If
them.
you go down and look at the pictures in the conference room, a fat steer back in the 50s is about this tall. I weighed
did weigh
1,100
1,800
pounds, now we're pushing them up to 1,800 pounds, so.
Well, the one thing too that we haven't quite seen, I think, yet, and talking with just people in the market, cattlemen, sale barns, why beef prices went up in the US, the cow herd got called big time.
Yeah.
A lot of packers were buying that cheaper whey cow to fill their needs. And when we get through that, then we'll really see a cliff of a shortage in cow numbers.
well, I think some droughts, recent droughts really hurried the culling of the
That didn't
herd
help
along.
either.
I mean, I remember, it ain't that many years ago, where we were just dragging load. I mean, I would take hogs down to Texas in our little packer down there, but that truck was always, that was before I ever got loaded with hogs, it was already called for to bring back kill cows.
The other thing too that I think would be a good balance to things is they've got to implement country of origin labeling.
Not doubt.
I
Have
think that's important.
That's fine, you wanna import beef to help with the shortage, but let the consumer know that it's US raised or that it's foreign.
It's amazing that a legislature can't get behind that, Packers can't get behind.
The packers don't want it because
I know
it
they
costs
don't.
them more,
Really don't.
that they wanna import it, package it, sell it off as US beef.
I mean, Charles
Keep the
Grassley
price
has always been in favor of it, but he just can't get any support.
Right.
So
Yeah, cool. When you hear them, I don't think there's a cattlemen's group that goes up there that aren't talking about him.
I mean, I
I
did
don't know
read,
how you get over that hump.
I did read an article last week that they said that November of 2025 heifer slaughter was 7.7% less than November of 2024. So it seems like people may be beginning to retain a few heifers. But it's just like we talked about, turning a battleship. It just takes some time. You just
Especially with
can't
the
do it
cow.
overnight.
Because in the short term, as they retain heifers, that takes the feeder calves off the market.
Right.
But if your cows are being culled yet, that'll kind of help offset some of the heifers coming off the market, at least for hamburger, that type of thing.
McDonald's.
There we go.
McDonald's food. Yeah.
Well, it also,
But that's a large supply. That's a large part of the supply.
Canada
Yeah.
has bought up a ton of Western feeder calves off the market already last fall. Because part of the tariffs and things like that, they knew they could bring them into Canada, not have the tariff, and sell them globally. So they are taking a large chunk of our feeder calf herd out of the United States.
But hey, Dave, are you attending?
Anything
that
else, Ty?
gentleman stuff? Screwworm? What's the status of that?
It's all up in the air right now. I mean, I know they're trying to get on top of it, but
There's a lot of our meat. I've been seeing a lot of calves out on the wheatgrass, but they don't look typically like Mexican calves. Mexican calves got a big tall head because they have nip horns that, that's, a lot of their herds aren't baldy. So I just was kind of something that I was just noticing here recently, so I'm just curious.
Always interesting to hear back when you come back from NACO. It's the discussions.
Yeah. I think this will be a good one. I mean, I got a lot of military and veteran stuff to take with me.
But it's nice to have you out there because you can have these direct conversations with somebody that isn't even part of this, world or wheelhouse.
And Owen sets us up with some really good speakers out of USDA or out of the federal government, the ones that are, maybe we might get GT Thompson's head staffer for the ag committee or something like that. And they really do give us a good briefing, some stuff that we didn't really get together. And so there's a lot of us get together after that, kind of put things together, and you'll hear us talking about it then at the rural action caucus even the next day. You know, so it's interesting stuff, but
I do just reemphasize, I heard that, had this conversation again with a young man trying to start farming, that the beginning farmer loan is somewhat of a joke because of the time delay that it takes the USDA to get the paperwork done.
and I did bring that up.
It don't jive with today's financial institutions at all.
I did bring that up.
Okay, Gene?
All right, basically, I tried to find out if we have any interest on our annex building over there. So I went to 3 real estate agents that have it listed currently. Nobody's really advertising it because of the multi-list. We don't have an agent that's, taking it on. So what I did is I gave each of them a key. I went out and had keys made so that they can go in, take the pictures. When we first put it on the market, it was fully, had all of the public health in there. So we're going to start marketing a little bit more. And it's absolutely empty. There's we left the desks, the bigger desks in there, things that were, if somebody purchases it and they don't want it, we'll at that time get them out. But for right now, we did leave some of the bigger desks. But we're going to, when Taya comes in, we'll find out that that's the best spot that they chose to use for our services, public health. The hospice area would work, but they were concerned if someone was having some kind of an episode that might create some habit,
I thought Taylor mentioned about being alone.
Right.
Will that still be an issue at the annex building?
They're working that out
Okay.
as far as, there should be money in there, the transportation part of it, but she'll have that ready for us. But I just wanted to bring up that we are marketing it, so that would be a temporary, because that has always been our goal to sell it.
Should we get in touch with Crossroads to see if that would even be a possibility?
We could, to have that be a
Last time
backup,
she was up there, they were looking
Yep,
for
right.
another,
When Crossroads purchased the building.
they
right?
were looking for another,
But the transportation company had moved out, so that
Oh,
ran,
yeah.
they
But I
were,
don't think Taya wants to pay.
no, I don't know, I don't think so
I mean,
either, but, no, but maybe part of our funds could help pay rent. I don't, I'm just
well,
throwing
our
an option out.
our opioid funds, we have,
Or our
op-
opioid funds.
Oh,
We
okay.
still have-
I misspoke, sorry.
You're
I know
right.
exactly what you meant, I know exactly what you meant, but we do save half of our opioid funds for things in Crawford
That's a
County.
good idea. I didn't think about
That
that.
could go towards the rent for
Correct.
Crossroads. It helps them out and it helps.
But to get it, the program is going to
Yeah.
start kind of slow. We're very aware of that it's gonna, so that space would be perfect to get the startup. But it's still gonna be marketed. I wanted to make sure that no one thought that that's gonna be a permanent,
Solution.
right. But everybody has a key now, and they're going to go in and get it on their websites, start advertising it, get the ball going on that. Yes, sir.
Were they working on some type of liability agreement with Colin?
I think so, yes, yep, that's all part of it. So in all that thought process, that space that we have down there behind Jake's is really a space that's not being used, and a thought came to me that we could use that as a designated space for HHS. They would have access from the outside.
Just that office?
Yep, just the office, because what we're lacking for them is a place to have the toys that they used to have for the kids when families had to come in. The toys that they used to make sure that the parents were paying attention to them, things like that, and just watch the children. I still have those.
Has anybody
toys.
looked at?
Not yet, that
Okay,
that
I
idea
didn't
just
know
came
if they
to
had
me
looked
this
at it.
week. I talked to Colin about it, because we can't collect that extra rent that we thought. It would avoid having to have that calendar situation of who's going to be using it and when, and that would be their designated space. It's just sitting there empty. So, I
What
don't know.
space are you talking about?
They
You
used to-
said Jake?
It used to, our old
Right,
IT
yeah.
guy, it used to be Patty Ritchie's office back in the day, I guess. I
We
never.
used
Is that
to
where you
store
used to store
elections.
Yep,
your
used to,
election
that is,
stuff? Okay.
Terry and I have been down
Yeah.
there, Teo looked at it.
You're talking about
They could
that
access-
corner.
Yeah. Judge
That way
Vipon
we
used
can
to.
lock that door towards Jake's office.
Correct.
And then that's basically, we get them a key to that one door.
We could actually just
Well, they
lock
could-
the
if
door
they-
into the
if it's during
conference room.
business hours, they can walk in our front door.
Right, right,
But-
come down from the courthouse, because when they need it the most is when they're possibly in court
Oh, yeah.
with families and they need to have a recess to discuss things and they go down there to kind of.
I thought they needed something closed off from everything.
Well, you want to secure
Yeah.
a normal business hours, but
Different,
they can still access. from
Yeah,
outside.
and that office has its own door
That's what
too.
I mean.
right,
Mhm.
Yeah.
different scenarios require different settings, just depending on if it's a court case or if it's just meeting with the family. It's all encompassing what they do. It's not just one thing. So I'm setting that out there to the board to see if you would think that's a good
I
idea.
think that's a good
I
idea.
think if it's possible, yeah.
The designated space is what they really like, so they can have their toys and their, if they want to leave something there. I've never taken the toys over to public health because there's just not that perfect spot to leave them there. So that's something that our space is lacking. So we'll see how this all plays out, but I think that would be a great idea. And then when they remember they have those meetings every now and again when they have all the advocates from different counties come in and meet. They could still use that space for that, but it would just be one scheduling situation rather than, because you just never know when somebody else is gonna be needing it. So that's just some thoughts we have, but I think we really, really have to try hard to work with Taya to find an ideal spot because it's something Crawford County really lacks. And she got us a grant and has everything worked out. And all she needs is a space. So I really think we need to work hard to find that ideal space for them because Crawford County is lacking in that area and we all know it.
Anything else, Gene?
That was pretty much it.
Before we move on to Kyle, I'll just let you know, I did get a text message from Jason Schultz, just says I was gonna call in this morning, but we were going straight to caucus and then run the school aid bill. So with that, move on to Kyle.
Last Wednesday had meetings stacked on top of each other, conservation and 911 commission, so I had to cut my conservation board meeting short, being a liaison there, and I'm the chairman of the 911 board, but got through most of the conservation board meeting. Not a whole lot of new stuff over there, but biggest, having problems with the geothermal furnace air conditioner in the nature center, education center. More it sounds like it's been an ongoing issue for quite some time and they're trying to piece it together. So they're looking at maybe replacing it.
How long has it been there?
I think Chris thought since 2014, he thought, yeah,
Not very long.
no, but the last cold snap, they couldn't keep it above like 72 degrees in there. And one night, something happened and it was like down in the 50s. So, but they had, who they had out, Totten or Grands, and I can't remember who they had out there. And did some work on it, got it patched back together. But we're gonna see if this works. Just all like it's ongoing, so.
With that expense,
I actually ran into Kevin Casperbauer the next day and he sells them. And
He puts in-
quite a
he sells
bit,
quite a
he said
few,
he can't
right?
remember how many he has out there. It's in the hundreds, if not thousands, that he has installed. And he had 15,000 probably. I mean, the hard work's already done, all the geo loops and stuff, expensive parts done, so just replacing the. But they were also considering maybe just putting a forced air furnace in, which I don't know if the savings would be by the time you put an air conditioning unit in. I don't know if there would be any savings, so they're gonna see where this really led. The other thing they're considering raising the camping rates at Yellowstone. But they were gonna check with like Swan Lake and a couple campgrounds up in Sac County.
how many years it's been since they changed? Last
2018, I think.
2018, so it's been 8 years since they.
Or, no, yeah, maybe it has been, but
Doesn't seem like that long ago that they
I know.
changed it to me.
it don't, but
It doesn't. It seems like 6 or does not seem.
so. But they feel as the board, they would rather take a bigger jump and wait a couple more years than a couple smaller. The people are gonna complain regardless of what we do, just we'll get it done in one jump versus, so, but they're gonna check, but they wanna stay competitive, or similar to the other counties. So, well, Carroll County's thinking about doing it in 2 years, they'll maybe consider doing it in 2 years or something. So nothing's set in stone, they're just looking at that. And Chris was gonna check on that acre, whatever,
Oh, yeah,
down in Washington Township that you asked me about. So there's conservation board managers and
There's like a 2-acre spot on the LPL farm that's
right in the middle of the,
section that
one farmer.
hasn't been done, nothing's been done with it. What did I say, there was an Anderson?
It's called the Anderson Prairie or something.
I think the family gave it to conservation years ago, 2001.
He knew exactly what I meant.
Just a 2-acre patch.
Yeah.
It's just all trees, you know. It's probably native, I'm guessing maybe, and they just gave it to the conservation board to manage. So, since the farm has been sold off around it, but, and now the farmer that owns it was just curious if he could buy it. Just curious. And farm around it.
Huh.
But as you described it, it's pretty, a little rugged spot there, so.
It is. I don't know if conservation's ever really done much with it. There's a sign there.
Yeah, I farm around one of the spots myself. It's called Willow Cemetery that's managed by the conservation board. You know, they're limited on their resources. A lot of that stuff gets dumped on them because the people that used to take care of them have all passed away or whatever. So it is what it is. So then I went to the 911 board meeting and it's a budget meeting and the budget is actually down a fraction.
Wow.
Well, a lot of that is because the tower system is finished. But yep, they kept one money in there for one satellite, one microwave dish that they're gonna pay for. That's 50,000 and 70,000 for updating the councils, 3 councils at the dispatch center, the 911 councils that the dispatcher set out, there's 2. And then there's a back. Gonna update those. So that's estimated at $70,000.
When were those, do you know when those were last updated?
I've been here. Yeah. So, 10 years, maybe 9 years. Technology.
Right.
So, and then now with our new EMA coordinator, he worked with 911 to get $5,200 in there for training our dispatchers to a higher level of better able to handle 911 calls.
Is that training that
Specifically,
the EMA director does, or training that he would take them to, or?
I think he might be able to handle it. I think.
Where does the cost come from if he's doing the training
Well, they have $5,200 budgeted for it, so.
for materials, you suppose?
Last time, I think, you might have paid for it as a board, it was around at $4,000, $5,000 to get some training for them. So,
I guess that if Zach's doing the training,
He's probably coordinating the training, I would
yeah,
guess.
Is he
material, you probably have to buy some copyrighted,
okay. 'Cause
something, I don't know,
So I got a county employee doing training
We're already paying
that we're already
that.
paying.
right?
So what's the $5,200?
It's not that much money, but it's still
No,
in
I
the
know.
budget that does it. I don't,
I'll ask that question.
doesn't make, if
I'll
Zach's
ask
gonna
that
go in
question.
and do extra training and,
Oh, that's a good question.
Zach will be here today.
well, just those little things we always have to try to.
Yeah, those are the highlights of it, no salary increases at all, so. A lot
Yeah,
of
that
talk,
already happened, didn't it? A couple months ago.
but not for the new fiscal year, so. There's,
But it happened in the middle of the current fiscal year.
well, it was approved to happen at the beginning of last fiscal year, so
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Cause I do
Yeah.
remember a raise.
Tony's on,
anyhow.
remember
I don't
his,
remember.
that's his comp
Oh, the
center,
comp center.
personnel stuff. Sorry, I'm backing up here, but I was just seeing, he might know what that, I mean, I don't know that is Zach doing the training or what. I mean, we're assuming a lot of things.
We are,
We
that's why I
are.
asked the question.
That's $5,200 in training, and Zach was there and talked about it, so.
It's not a bad cost, really.
No,
No, but it's just curious where that comes in if we're doing
Maybe
it
that's-
internally.
help
I don't know.
offset some salaries. I
Well, no.
have no idea. A lot, like I said, a lot of assumptions going on here, but $5,200 training. And
I
I
only
was
asked-
assuming that Zach would help facilitate the training.
Might help set
Let's
it
not
up,
assume nothing, let's
but
just ask
I
that.
don't know. I haven't been part of that discussion.
So if you took those equipment purchases out of there, the 50 and the 70, the budget dropped quite considerably, which the way the state's playing ball with. Right, see quite a reduction. There was quite a bit of discussion on how the state board is trying to reclaim a lot of the county's funds. So,
Anything else, Kyle?
Messy yet.
Hey, Dave.
Okay, Terry, I did reach out to Alan Hansen. He did not answer, so I'm gonna try to get another call.
Did you get a hold of him?
You did get a hold of him? Okay.
Okay.
Talked about that.
About school?
School.
Right.
Okay, yeah, I called him and he didn't answer, and I think I'll give him, see if he calls back, he didn't. So,
Okay.
maybe it's because he talked to him.
So I did talk to him. He is planning on being our weed commissioner.
Yep.
For this summer. He is planning on going to training. There's some, since he's, second year weed commissioner, there's a little bit less training or that he had to go through to become the weed commissioner. So he is planning on going to those classes in Des Moines, I believe is where they're at.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up, because I wasn't able to get a hold of him, and call it back, so, but that's good enough, you did.
Yep.
I did stop and talk to Henry this morning in Manila. He was out blading, chit chatted with him on the road there a little bit. He said, with the temperatures and weather we've been having, blading's been working phenomenal.
Seen them out and about.
I've seen 'em out.
Some good work.
Right.
He said they're just getting a lot of things touched up, they're really going well, blading nice, just getting roads in good condition. That's good to hear. I mean, nice to have that opportunity now, I mean, especially going into spring, you just know that things are.
And that's what I see. They're not blading the whole mile. They're just blading the washboard spots.
Yeah.
That's what I noticed.
So on about doing what they need to do. That was good, just catch them as we're driving by. Another thing I had this week, I talked to Corey Gaskell a little bit in Manila, and not to let the cat out of the bag too much. He did talk to me. Right. It'll be coming towards us potentially. They're looking at doing some housing additions and some potentially an economic development situation opportunity. So they may be doing an annex in Manila, some property. Just kind of gave me a heads up and said, I will let you know more when we have things concrete to bring to you guys. He is working with Chris Whitaker at Region 12 on some of this, so.
I give the community of Manila some credit. I mean, they're planning for the future. They're having
Yeah.
planning meetings that Corey, since he's been mayor, has put in place to get the community involved.
So it looks like some potential opportunity there that could be coming across our board in one aspect or another to help facilitate.
They
Just
asked
great.
a question about that.
What's
Are
that?
they having those conversations in their city meetings in closed session, or are they, is that something that is in the city council talking about?
You know, I don't know, he never said.
I think, I believe that it's in public. I mean, they have
Okay, okay.
advertisements
Should be. Okay.
inviting the public
Okay,
to
Well,
these meetings. I
okay.
think that's what.
With what the Region 12 is doing with the help of the plan and stuff like that.
Okay.
Now, some of the
that's what.
businesses or economic
Makes me think.
expansion, housing, I don't know if that's in public yet, or if they discuss that in public meetings or not. Some opportunity possibly coming out that way.
Awesome.
That's great to see the community.
Yep.
In Western Iowa, having a chance to grow. I mean, it's very unheard of. So, hey, wish them the best of luck, and I think if this board can help them achieve that,
Yeah, we
I
should.
agree.
I'm sure in favor of that.
Tomorrow I do have, my morning will be filled with, we have ISAC scholarship interviews.
Oh,
I'm part of that board on there. I pretty much take all morning, but it'd be interesting interviewing all the different candidates.
I always enjoy that part of ISAC when these young kids would, they have their little videos and talk about what they're up to.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for those kids, and
Yeah.
Kind of helps out county employees across the state, with their
Yeah.
family and getting the kids on to the next phase of their life.
Yeah.
So that'll be tomorrow. And I do have an upcoming state ECI board meeting, which is, to me, is just continually frustrating.
I can see why after I sat in on that one last week. I can see why that is so frustrating.
I think my biggest frustration with the whole thing is, as the state board, we really don't know where we fit in. To me, and this is just my opinion. And we have HHS proposing some legislation. And so to me, it's this cart ahead of the horse type scenario where we really don't know what the state's gonna do. We're talking about how to best manage that and navigate these waters, but until they really draw a line in the sand and give us direction, I don't know, to me, it seems not wise to try to make changes in anticipation of what they're doing or what they're talking about until we know that they have legitimate legislation that has passed and gives us direction.
It's evidence-based, and nobody really knows what the evidence is that they're basing it on. And so how do you approach that when you don't know what the bar is, what you have to meet in order to qualify? Evidence-based.
I will give Emily Westergaard just a world of kudos. I mean, she is working for a volunteer board as chair. She is
I
working
was
very
impressed with
hard
her.
to try to get it in the right direction and get all the local areas, I guess, in a good spot with where the state's at and what's going on, but we really don't know what's going on.
But when you have the Molly Scotts of the world almost feeling like they see the writing on the wall and they've had to go a different direction in an effort to make sure that she doesn't find herself without a job, because she feels like that's the direction DCAT is going. And I think that is.
I think you're gonna see a mass exodus of local board members, local directors, state board members. If HHS comes in, and maybe that's the way they want it, that's fine, but
No, it's not
They-
fine.
but if they wanna take it over, you're probably gonna see a lot of us, if we don't have the input, kind of like behavioral health, if you're just an advisor, what's the point?
You give up because nobody's listening anyway. And it's not fine.
And I feel like that's the direction they seem to, without really just taking it over, wanna take it over. And if that's the case, then so be it, but good luck, it's just really puts us in this limbo position.
Once they've decided all the conversations, all the meetings, it doesn't do any good anyway. They know what they're gonna do. We know where it's going.
Anything else, Dave?
That's all I got.
I think
So I was just curious, I guess, on some stuff that ISAC sent out last week concerning a bill down in Des Moines about townships and township cemeteries, and what was the having them all go back to the county, kind of not dissolving the townships, but dissolving township leadership, I guess, and fence disputes would be done at the county would take care of that. I mean, I was surprised. I mean, it was never talked about that bill beforehand. And I think ISAC said they were undecided yet. They haven't decided if they're in favor or not in favor of it. I was just curious if anybody else had read through that or what they thought of it, or.
I'll ask him, I got a meeting out there next week.
Okay.
I mean,
Remind me, but
I have an opinion on that, and Terry and I can vouch for that a little bit, because when I last time chair, I think we had to deal with that, because there was nobody that would take claim of the Charter Oak Township Cemetery, and it was bestowed upon us to help mark graves and find people to mow the lawn, so that will be part of it, if they dissolve that. It'll be up to this board.
And I want you to think about, my wife's one of the trustees over Charter Oak right now. And she has to deal with the Charter Oak Cemetery now, because there was even some stuff with the people that were on it. And now they're asking about the one over on L51, because they don't know who's paying that, and the people didn't get paid last year, for mowing.
That one's a sticky wedge though, that really nobody knows.
Which one is that?
The Saint, I think it's called St. Paul.
St. Paul, isn't it?
Yeah. I I think they collect
They
taxes
should,
for
yeah,
that
we
one.
collect, they collect levy for it.
So,
So would that money from
Probably
that
goes
levy
to
go
the
to
charter
pay for
of
the lawn?
trustees.
I think it does. I think
So
that's
if
what
they
we
didn't get
found out.
paid,
that-
That's the thing is
You
they're
should
trying to
have the
figure
money.
out who was paying them, who was doing it because they had a mix up there with the person that got the money to pay on whether or not they paid. I mean, and my point that I'm bringing up is what Kyle said. We're live in that township and it can be a little confusing to deal with. Now imagine all the other townships in the county. And you don't have anybody on this board that necessarily lives in that township, even knows that cemetery or the other things that they're dealing with exists. You know, and some of these communities aren't maxing levies or anything for fire services and all that. There's a lot to that. You ever been a trustee?
Yep.
Yeah, I figured you had. And I have, and it's not a demanding job. You know, you only have a few meetings a year unless you have cemeteries to do. It's got more to do. So if you're gonna leave all the five of us to deal with the entire county's townships and cemeteries, I mean, we'll figure out some way to do it, I'm sure. But it won't be a small task, I promise. So I don't know how.
do we know how many there are in the county? How many
Not off the top of my head, I can find out for you.
Cemetery.
How many what?
like township cemeteries?
20, oh, there's 20
Cemetery.
townships,
Right.
but. I
There's
don't know.
probably 20 township cemeteries, but how many are
There's
active
probably-
yet? I know
Doesn't
the
Charter
Willow
Oak
one
have
is not.
Not every
cemeteries?
township has a cemetery.
Right.
But some have two.
Willow
Some
does,
have
but I don't
two.
think they levy for it anymore.
Find out.
Somebody's got to mow them and take care of them, whether they're,
Yeah, I think the neighbors are just out of
Some people just do
Out of
it
the kindness of their heart.
that's
because they have family in
That's
there.
one.
absolutely.
See, that's one of those that's managed by the Crawford County Conservation Board.
Really
but
got
They don't mow it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the
That
state
doesn't
mow it.
surprise me.
She a family.
Approximately how many?
Oh, I don't know.
24 township level cemeteries in the county.
And there's a one south of Buck
If that's
Grove
right.
you can't even get to. I think there's two cemeteries that I know of, township cemeteries that I don't even know you can get to them because it's crop ground all around them.
So they're land.
You can get to them, you're going through the crops, so.
Like
Grove, like
the
Butler
area,
Cemetery,
Sharp
just south of Arian.
Yeah.
So
It's
does
out in the middle of,
county have a
what's his
lifetime
face?
easement on that individual's property to access?
Well, that
the
one south
cemetery?
of Arian, I think part of it was pushed over and farmed at one time until somebody noticed it and tried to claim it back.
Oh, wow.
So there's that.
Huh. I didn't know you
Cause
said
that was
that.
there's some butlers that are buried out there and there's a butler
That's
family
the
member that was
Butler
telling me about
Cemetery.
it. The farmer who owned the ground started pushing the tombstone to the pot.
And the
Oh,
other thing
my.
to remember is even with the trustees, a lot of times they're the people that got one vote, will you take this job? Or didn't get a vote, we appointed,
Pray they say yes.
and then you hope that they're actually gonna be engaged if they
That's
say.
the other
Right.
part of it. I mean,
It's a crapshoot.
there ain't many people out in the rural areas that want it or.
Yep, Dave?
I have one more quick thing I wanted to bring up.
Okay.
One thing that ISAC brought up, ISAC legislation and what's going on. I ended up talking to Andrew the other day, and one thing they're watching very closely and trying to, I guess, be a part of the conversation is there's a group pushing towards to eliminate IP. Yeah. To me, it sounds like they want to eliminate it so they can have the business themselves.
A group of what,
Self-serving.
public officials?
No, lobbyists,
Oh,
bankers.
Bankers.
And to me, and Andrew's on board with this, said, IPay to me is what counties, local governments use really as a checks and balances. I mean, you can go quote what they have for CDs or investment, whatever. And we still ourselves invest heavily locally, but it still gives us a benchmark. And, you know, I can go somewhere else or those other ones that are competing, you know, here's where IPay's at. But they want to outright just eliminate investing in IPay.
What next?
Yeah.
Is that just a arm of ISAC? Or is there a whole separate entity?
No, I mean, probably about like their health insurance plan. No, it's something
And
that I think
remind
is
you of the
helpful.
early days of the Packers were eliminating things that were the lower end competition.
I just think, I mean, that's something that could affect us.
We're talking
Right.
about that earlier.
Not that we can't still invest.
Right, it's not like we don't have other
It
options.
just takes
but-
a tool out of our toolbox.
Okay, thanks, guys, for the report. Ben, you're here, 9:45, thank you.
Fine.
Thank you. And just so you, we have 10 o'clock. public
Sure.
hearing. Not to rush you, but
Exactly.
Talk fast.
Well, our HMA project, still waiting for everything to be completed on the DOT's end of things, before we can talk to the contractor, so kind of at a standstill there. I haven't had a chance this morning, I was out yesterday sick, so I haven't had a chance this morning to see if that's all completed. Perhaps it is, but yeah, so I'll keep my distance about it. But perhaps we are, everything is complete. I just haven't had a chance to look this morning, so I apologize. But as soon as we're able to, we'll be talking to the contractor, kind of deal on what their schedule is looking like. And, you know, what they want to do as far as where they want to set up match plan, if they're thinking of using one of our locations, things of that nature. Just kind of discuss the project.
As soon as you find out, you get in touch with the city of Charter Oak, because they've reached out to me. They want to move forward. There's a strong possibility they want to move forward with their project, so they want to get in touch with the contractor to start that process.
I certainly will.
Yes.
As soon as I know we're able to.
That's what I told them. I said, we're at a standpoint where we can't talk with the contractor until certain timelines have been met, but once that is established, we will.
Everything's got to be signed, everything, finish up the DOT review the contract itself, performance bond and gives us the green light, so. And like I said, I haven't a chance to look this morning, I apologize. We
No.
very well might be at that point, but.
Yeah, no, yeah, I told them I mentioned that to you, that you keep them in the loop.
That's certainly will. That's good to hear that they want to do some work down there. It's a perfect opportunity.
It ain't gonna be any cheaper than
Yep.
gonna be.
Our crews, the great crew still, of course, shut down. Bridge crew, they're out performing some action items. They're out this morning replacing some black bridges. They're just out addressing some issues. Yeah. Roadside, they're shut down, but this is the time of year that we assess what we have for seed and chemical out there and what we need to get ordered and talk with our chemical rep, Taylor Swanson with Van East about what we're gonna need to get started for the spring. We'll probably start around the April, first week in April timeframe, roadside will, and probably get right on seeding, what some of the ditch areas, projects that we completed last part of the season, and then around Memorial Day, after Memorial Day, they'll start their spring, but we'll want to get seed around for them right away, and so this is the time here we line up that for them. So we'll have Verdine in and see what he all needs to get going. So, other item, motion to approve the DOT is going to be replacing bridge on I-39 there. Or Highway 39, sorry. Not quite an interstate, but
Heard to what it was.
similar to a few years back, they had that short little stuff that they came into the county there, a tenth of a mile. It's where they'll be coming in and need a detour to
Just on that corner, right?
right. And I'm sure, again, some folks will find their way around on some gravel roads. I don't anticipate a big issue on that. Not sure they'll work with us on some dust control if we have any of them kind of areas.
Do they have a date that they were gonna start that, or?
They're gonna have a pre-construction meeting here in March, so I anticipate they'll be getting started fairly early in the season. I'm not exactly sure a start date on it, but this year, the early in the season, I'm sure. So
How long do you suppose that'll take? I always ask that.
probably the season. Yeah,
Oh, it's done.
Till it's so torturous in the middle time.
they don't quite have the traffic that, you know, it's not quite the project, I'm sure, as what it was on Highway 30. Probably a little bit better in that respect, but it'll take the season.
That
a good
answer is
portion.
as long as it takes.
Right. But again, like I said, they're getting a lot of good work done when these bridges are, when they're done, they don't want to do them again for a long time. So it is one good way of looking at it. But yes, they're looking at a detour agreement to be able to go into the county, 10th of a mile, really check.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve that DOT prime agreement for a detour.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? We'll roll call. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Anything else, Ben?
To you for signature then. The only other thing that I know we kind of discussed, looking at doing some wheeling in on some equipment, a dozer, we're looking at D5 dozer there, and we're still working on that. We've got a price on that, but you know, a sale price that they have on a D5 that we'd like at $289,000. Still working with them on a trading value on our dozer. They had a price higher than what they're now offering, not much as cheap, so we're going to talk a little about that, but between that and a single axle truck, international truck for a single axle, same as the other single axles we have, that we like that style, that body on it, and I guess finalizing some numbers on it. We do want to make sure that we don't, lose out on. Yeah, I know we're still waiting on budgets to be approved, but if it is something that is looking to be more likely agreeable, we'd like to latch on to these before they slip through our hands. So I don't know. As soon as we're able to make a deal with them, we'll to make sure we do. So I guess I don't know when that'll be. That is my big question.
In the past, I think predecessor made deals pending budget approval. I think that's how he did those. If that's what your kind of direction you're looking for.
So that's something we could lock down a piece of equipment and pending for budget approval. That's
right.
That'd be the direction. That's
Granted, yeah, like I said, deals are to be made. That's time to make them. The rest of the time, don't seem like anything gets any cheaper, but budget hasn't been approved, so it's nothing to be official until then. So
right.
I think they've always been willing to work with us on that. Yep, going that it could get canceled. So
You know, it could be canceled. Then when do they plan to deliver the actual equipment after they have delivery time on it after that? Hold on to it that whole time.
Hard.
They'll hold on to the equipment.
Well, that's what I'm hoping. Like I said, like to be able to. Well, like I said, we had a friend with a singular looking for a D5 for us. We found one within the hour range that we're looking at, price that we're good with, and we're still working on trading value. But all goes well. We don't want somebody else to get that before us, waiting on approval. But I understand we gotta have approval here. Just want to make sure it doesn't slip through our fingers. So, but yes, we'll visit with them, make sure it's something that we can hold on to pending board approval. Just kind of want to put it on your radar that we do have some things that we'd like to get back with some folks on. I don't know when, I guess all that is completed.
A lot of the equipment, say such as like the foreman pickups that are on our budget list for this year. Those usually take right around that 90 days or so to get to us. So like if we order them in April, they will hold on until sometime in July or August for us to pay for them. The tandem or the chassis for the international, same thing. We can sign the deal knowing that we will not make a purchase or want to pick anything up until July or August. So They understand that we have up until that time to cancel those things if need be. But with them already somewhat in our budget, it's almost guaranteed, but they know that. So.
Yeah, we've done it before.
We'll be on the one with them. Like I said, we'll make sure that they can kind of sit on that price until we know we have approval. So, just kind of want to bring that up, that we do have a couple, hopeful purchases that we're looking at, want to not lose out on. Aside from that, tomorrow, the next day, there's a federal aid overview that I'll be attending. Boone, that's our federal aid projects, that many projects that federal aid money, such as our HMA overlay, kind of goes through the administrative process of, step by step, federal aid projects, the motions that you got to go through with NEPA process and all that. And then the second day is more on the construction inspection end of things, making sure that, we're capturing everything that we should. It's always just a good overview. Anytime you got a federal aid project going on, they give a good step-by-step. Here's things that have changed, since last year, and legislation and things like that, and just kind of a refresher. The things that need to be submitted on our federal aid projects, both administrating it, getting it to the point of construction, and during construction. So I'll be attending that in Boone, and hopefully trying to slip over to Carroll to a Region 12 meeting as well. So I'll be out of office here for a couple of days doing the items, and then of course there in March I'll be out from the 3rd to the 8th there. And Tim here is going to slip down to the
Okay, I was just gonna mention that since Tim was here.
and I'll have a couple items that that you can talk on. So
Terry,
to the projects that we're working on.
Okay, thank you.
I was gonna ask you about, are you going to the 100 Canyons meeting on February 19th?
Yes. Yep.
I'll probably hop along,
You
right along.
That's perfect. Okay.
Days Barbara.
Is March 3rd at noon.
All right.
So we'll try to have our meeting done by noon that day. All right, try not to set a hearing,
That's you.
a second. Anything else, Ben?
If you guys do have you guys' I always want to call it that one, but with your supervisor book, with your summer routes, winter routes and such like that, you guys do have those, and I do have yours. I'm really close to getting those updated. If you guys have one, or if you don't have one, I can get one created for you. It just takes a lot.
I'll look at my stuff, because I might have got something when I was first elected that I have on file.
But I can tell you, most of the
I'm not
stuff has
sure.
always been from 2020 to 2021, and so it's pretty updated now. So I mean, if you do have it,
Okay.
I get it, and I'll get it updated.
Get it spruced up, get it up to date.
All right.
Give me a note on that.
Or at least, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Got Jen right on time.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Anybody want to take 2-minute break?
Yes.
My mom just gonna tell me.
Oh, I'm doing a lot of church and Rotary.
So my phone heard you say that.
Is that your phone?
Church is,
There's
I know, it's a lot to tell her.
and I'm the treasurer for the Presbyterian, which is all extra. State line.
Well, we need to leave one. It needs to be on that back wall. The chairs up here.
Where was the church?
There's 2. Well,
I do
there's
that.
3 of them.
And then I'm,
And they're never used.
on
We have to
task
do often now.
their term.
District, we always have one here.
Rotary, our district goes all the way up to the Mississippi River along Highway 30.
Seems like people don't really
We
like
move
this.
things out of here to give us
Just
some room.
under 3,000 rotations, about 6 to 6.
You don't jump 80.
So I, yeah, I'll be here
Right on time, Zach.
for
1 minute.
everything that they do.
That was it for chairperson's.
The training,
Don't.
events. Yeah, but that's okay. I did play golf for a year. Get back
There we go.
one more section on the edge of that. Where the game so hot. Looked up one day and I'm like, man, hold your dreams. You gotta do something. So those are kind of two things like. Spend some time, sorry.
I just stuff from 2023. I'm a recycling.
Have my time to speak.
I've been going through all my paperwork from like 2023.
Jack had to say.
And then did a lot of summit stuff.
Yeah.
Which
I know.
that would be.
I don't have the locations on it. I just called about it yesterday.
It's so.
Yeah, we usually put it up there yesterday, donate a little blood.
I don't think that's, but I don't.
It's so good. So we are gonna actually start seeing patients out of the, be part of the clinic that's finished.
That's good.
Starting tomorrow.
Which one are you doing first?
Which one are you doing first?
What's that?
Which hearing are you doing first?
We are doing as we show in order.
Oh, okay, are you? Okay.
This
isn't the one.
That shouldn't take very long.
Yeah,
It is.
it is.
Shouldn't take
You
very
want me
long.
to go get it quick?
Yeah.
It's been a year.
Find out.
These days, aren't
It went so fast. So.
Yeah, I am.
I had the whole system. I use mine on the first.
No. And table.
If you don't have a plan, people never plan.
Sure, what's there? Is that from Brian fixing it?
Yeah, because you can put all the money on the table if you want, but the plan.
No, we're about to start it. Real estate ones first, and then EMS.
Okay, I didn't.
Yeah, we're all done.
So we're just gonna wait for Colin or
He's coming.
he's
So
coming?
for a public hearing,
Yes.
we'll only have to decide which plan to see.
I don't know that. I don't know.
Everybody get one?
I just always have people that are here sign it.
Well,
Because they're here.
how that conversation goes with people that are on.
We've all got them.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
Right.
Oh, yeah. There's actually got them to serve.
I know.
So call this meeting back to order. I'll entertain a motion to go into a public hearing
I'll make that motion.
for the sale of real estate.
I made the motion.
Second.
Motion by Jane, second by Dave. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. We're now in public hearing to discuss resolution 2026-8, the sale of real estate. I understand, Colin, you have some information on that?
Yes, this is the section on the resolution, correct? Or
Yes.
did you just pass the resolution?
No, we just went into public hearing.
So I have prepared the quitclaim deed, which conveys the property.
It's going on right now.
For the sake of being thorough, I also have the purchase agreement, which has the price in it. The quitclaim deed would take priority. I mean, it's gonna replace the purchase agreement, but it's here just for the sake of being thorough. Everything's tabbed for signature.
That's what they're buying.
The resolution outline sale price being $4,782
I'm not, my office is though.
One of the girls.
with an additional $12,884 for damages for the conveyance. And that is all outlined in that quitclaim deed. It has reference to the purchase agreement in it, which is another reason to go through it and sign the purchase agreement, although it becomes moot as soon as the property is conveyed with the quitclaim deed. But it's mentioned, it's here. just, I would recommend the board sign it.
How'd they come up with the price? Is that what DOT offered or?
I mean, it was sent to me
I
this
don't know.
way.
Yeah, they sent the form. I know they have it listed in the resolution as the purchase price of $47.82 plus $12,884 for damages.
Yep.
So, yeah, that was just what they listed.
I did speak to Ben about this, and he gave the thumbs up that it made
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
I just know what, they're doing a project along some property that they bought a like 0.33 acres from my mom, and they came with some comps, comparables, and put all that into consideration when they offered the purchase price.
Yeah, Ben had no concerns for the county as far as
Probably just like when we do it.
conveying the land.
Yeah, I mean, you can see on this plat map, the very small,
Trying to figure out what that equates to per acre price, and I'm thinking it's quite considerable, because this is
Very small piece.
$782, and I think this is probably less than a tenth of 2/10 of an acre, so I think we're being well compensated.
And just so I guess the public knows, it's for property close to the two bridges that go over the Union Pacific Railroad. If you want to say south on 59 or where they all the highways are together.
They had to raise the elevation of the bridge.
Right.
And so they need to have.
Because it's gotta be longer than it
out so they
was.
can go out, and that's exactly all it is.
I want to see it, I pass it
It
out.
creates stability in the roadway.
And this part that the county owns, and pretty much just waste ground anyway, the drainage. It's swampish areas.
I would take action on this.
Right. Which one do you want to do?
Trey, I would take action on the resolution and purchase agreement, and then
This one.
to the conveyance.
We need to do that out of the public hearing. Currently,
Yes.
we're in a public hearing. So I guess, is there
Okay.
anyone from the public that would like to speak on this issue? That is here for this? I'm guessing that there's not, but seeing none, were there any written objectives? Terry, did you
No
receive anything?
no,
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to come out of the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further-
who's the second?
Second by Jean.
Your voice.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Sounds a lot like me.
Now I'll entertain a motion, right? Colin, now we entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
Sorry.
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2026-8, sale of said real estate.
Second.
Motion and a second by Ty.
I will say on the purchase agreement, this was sent to us before you took chair, Craig. So
Okay.
so the chairperson's name isn't yours. I would just kind of cross that out. I changed
I think
that.
I have one that has
Oh, okay.
a corrected name if we want to.
Yeah, the quick claim deed has it, but on the one that I was sent, that was
This is
all
old,
tabbed
'cause
up.
this says
I
Ty.
think Megan,
I know.
He was the chairman.
No, it was when Dave was the chairman, but they still put time, but.
Megan reached out and
That
got a
happens once in a while,
corrected
yeah,
copy
yeah,
from
cool,
them that
yeah.
has correct.
Permanent
Oh,
information
okay.
on it. If you're okay with that.
Yeah,
It's
if
just as
the only thing
into
that
us.
switched was Craig's name, then
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm a lot nicer to talk to.
Yeah,
Idea.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
None, sir.
All those in favor say aye.
Resolution.
Roll call by resolution. Kyle.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Ty.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. I've signed the quit claim deed. So when that came around. So anything else on this issue, Colin?
Should be good.
Okay. Now move on to entertain a motion to go into a public hearing
Here's the resolution. It's fine.
to discuss resolution 2026-10. What's that?
Do we not need to do two of them, a resolution for the sale and then discussions to sign the quick claim?
I've signed it.
What do we still need a motion?
But there's action on here.
You gotta take an act.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion authorizing me
I
to
just,
sign.
I just felt
quick
like
claim
that was
deed.
gonna finish it up, so, all right.
Motion by Dave,
Second.
second by Ty. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was not in order, but I think it was necessary.
Now we will move on to entertain a motion to go into a public hearing to discuss or declaring emergency medical services in Crawford County to be an essential service.
So moved.
Motion by Kyle, second by Gene. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are now in a public hearing to consider. I see we have numerous people from the public that are here. If you would like to speak, we're gonna keep and honor our, what we usually do in citizens input and give anybody 5 minutes. So we will limit you to the 5 minutes. You can state, I guess, whether you're for or against. We will start, I think Zach is here to present, so we'll have Zach. What's that?
Just remind me, there's a sign-in sheet.
Okay. We'll have Zach start. There's a sign-up sheet for you people in the public that I appreciate if everyone would sign their name.
And if anyone
And-
wants to speak on Zoom, we also need to notate.
Right, we will note, anybody that wants to speak in Zoom will note their name. And that's the other thing that I would ask is when you stand up to speak, to state your name. And so we know who that is. And we'll begin with Zach. Zach, what do you have for us?
So in front of you guys is essentially a plan for essential service for Crawford County. The task force has been for probably at least 6 months or so to start to discuss EMS as an essential service and what that would look like for the county. So in that plan, it just kind of gives a little bit of the history of the project. So in 2021, the state of Iowa passed Senate File 615, which essentially puts it on the counties to declare EMS as an essential service. There were updates to Iowa code, especially 422D, that pertains to the county declaring EMS as an essential service. It allows for optional taxes for EMS at the county level. That tax would be an ad valorem property tax not to exceed 75 cents per thousand of assessed value on all taxable property in the county, or a local option income surtax may be imposed for the tax years beginning on or after January 1 following the date the ordinance is filed. So the taxation years also increased from to 15 years. So if this is declared an essential service and passed by the voters, the essential service tax would remain for 15 years at that time, which it would go back to a public vote. It must pass with a 60% of those 60% of those voting throughout the county. The bill also allows for service programs to apply for authorization to be a training program. There's a lot of good things that we can do with the essential service plan. Also in your plan is kind of just a draft proposed resolution wording, but I know Terry gave that out. So I would reference you to that for sure. She was in contact with me while we were drafting that up. If you continue on in the plan, it kind of goes through and talks about essentially a proposed budget. And then what, that potential budget would actually look like. Keep in mind that those numbers are subject to change with further discussion from the EMS the task force, as well as the association and the advisory council that would be created. EMS is declared an essential service. So the levying tax, if we would levy at 75 cents per thousand, it would generate a little over $1 million for emergency services for the county. Kind of breaks down where that would lay for volunteer, or in comparison to volunteer fire departments as well as law enforcement too. Then it goes through and talks about what the home cost would be for an annual tax of 75 cents per thousand, and then again, it talks about the potential budget. It goes through salaries, benefits, consumables, services, capital purchases, for a total proposed or potential budget of 1.9 million. So keep in mind that can change depending on conversations. That last chart there is kind of essentially a breakdown of what would be raised by taxes, what the proposed budget was, what the difference between what's raised by taxes and the proposed budget, the potential for billing revenue, as well as the potential total revenue, and then what the budget would be remaining essentially year over year. Final page, essentially just kind of a what's next. Obviously with an election comes a campaign. So a Vote Yes campaign would be started with help from EMS Association, as well as anybody else that would want to partake in pushing this initiative forward.
So, Zach, I guess my first question is just that the resolution that will state that the public will vote on, is that is it the advisory council or the board of supervisors? Because I can't find out who's in charge as far as they could do a property tax up to 75 cents,
right,
or income tax up to 1%, or a combination of those two.
Correct.
So if the initial, let's just say tax asking is 50 cents, but they have the authority to go up to 75 cents, who has that authority? Is it the advisory council? Is it the board of supervisors? Who determines that?
So I believe it would rest on essentially the board of supervisors, because you guys are ultimately the levying authority for the county. The advisory council would advise, obviously, of what that tax should be. Now, keep in mind, if we set it at 50 cents per thousand and in 2 years it doesn't work at 50 cents per thousand, we can't increase it. So we would be set at that 50 cents or lower for the duration of that 15 years. So that's why the task force is always said to start at the max and then slowly work its way down with revenue. Revenues are always going to be something that's very, very hard to determine, especially for EMS. But as revenues start to be generated, that tax asking would slowly decrease to make sure that we're not always asking it the full 75 cents per thousand.
So do you see, has there been talk, I guess, in your, as you discuss with the people among you, what's fair? Is it fair to do a property tax, or is it fair to do an income tax that all people use the EMS service, or potentially would use the EMS service, and yet all people are not property owners? Right. So I'm just curious if there's been discussion about that.
So there's been discussion with the task force, and then I've had some conversations with other counties that have declared EMS as an essential service. And a lot of them are just leaning towards the 75 cents per thousand, because it gets them to where they need to be for budgetary purposes. If we did a 1% on income tax, it's hard telling what that budget would actually look like. So I know like Shelby County, they did 75 cents plus the 1%. So they kind of maxed the full levy out as they could. I know there's been some that have set it at 60 or 65 cents and then done the 1% income surtax. It all just kind of depends on what's going to be the best for obviously the taxpayer and the people of Crawford County long term.
So I mean, there's been certainly we all know there's discussions statewide and certainly down at the state house, the governor, about lowering property taxes. And that's why I'm just curious if you guys had the discussion and what you might have thought was fair. I believe the Department of Revenue has that information on a per county basis, what the income is, so what a 1% income tax would generate in Crawford County. I think the Department of Revenue has that information. I don't have that in front of me. I don't know what that amount is, but I believe that's where you can get it. Okay. Any other questions anybody has for Zach?
Well, I'm just, because I don't know. So this new proposed tax levy of like $1,051,000, will that, but the hospital currently levies for EMS services, correct? I don't want to speak wrong, and I don't know exactly what that number is, but does that number is that included in this? Or are we going to be an additional new $1 million worth of? That's what I don't know. Or are we only going to be asking for, say, $700,000 of new dollars levy?
So there's been discussion about that. There's been discussion about that in within the task force. Obviously, we don't want to double tax people if the hospital taxes and then for the county to tax as well too. So the task force kind of came up with a general consensus that if we were to move towards this, then the hospital would tax the 27 cents per thousand that they currently do now. Because essentially this would roll everything over into a county-based system and a county operating and county-run system. So there would be no tax for EMS specifically that the hospital would tax for. It would all be included in the 75 cents. So essentially, you're only increasing it by 48 cents.
We've been in discussions, I guess, with the hospital.
Correct. We've had numerous meetings, and Ty and I have both been in contact with them.
Because to me, it seems like that you guys in the hospital
Hold
need
on.
to be discussing, I guess, the fact that what happens if this passes? What happens if it fails? How do we move forward together? Working together seems like the obvious thing to be doing. I believe you had your hand up in the air. Did you have something you wanted to respond to or state your name? And
I think that would not be accurate. So talking to frontline staff that are in a committee, it's not the decision makers for the hospital. And none of this has been discussed with us. I have 4 chairs here and I have myself here. And nothing was talked about where we're going with this or anything. The last time I talked to the 2 of you, I said I need to see a plan so I can support this. I still haven't seen a plan. This is the first time we've seen a plan, and only because Bill Bruce just shared it with me. I sent an email on the 12th of November when it was informed to me that you guys were going to move forward with this, and Ty, you were on it. As I put Dave on there as well, and I've heard nothing since. I had concerns. I just think that if we're going to make big decisions about EMS that affect the hospital, that perhaps the board should have been included on this. But be that as it may, I don't
So
think that's accurate.
is there any
So-
commitment from the hospital that I think currently, are you guys budgeting what about 400,000 for a hospital or for ambulance service?
I believe it's either 350 or 380.
So would the hospital reduce its tax asking by that amount if it was done somewhere else?
But see, the question is the hospital still going to provide an ambulance service? I mean, we've never had those conversations, right? Like, we talked about it initially, but I have concerns, and they've not been addressed. So at this moment, I can safely say that the hospital is committed. We are committed to this community to make sure that we have pre-hospital care, hospital care, and post-hospital care, because that's what we committed to the community. We're going to continue to commit that unless we know for sure that quality still maintains and all that, but I've not heard a thing. So we are still planning on running an ambulance. So I guess maybe
So
more conversation.
there hasn't been any discussion about if this would pass to still keep the ambulance service at the hospital. That's not,
So
I guess
what are we?
that hasn't been discussed?
I guess I'm just trying to, I need to know what we're trying to accomplish here. Because our accomplishment is that we are trying to have a system for EMS to make sure that we're supporting our community. We're in 100% support of that, but what does that look like, right? Like,
Right.
Is it simply we are helping the volunteer services because they're financially strapped? Is it that you feel that the hospital needs more money to be able to pay staff? Like, what are we trying to accomplish here? Because if we're just trying to centralize it, I'm not sure that that's what this money is, the essential service is intended to. It's intended for communities that do not have EMS or are struggling with their volunteer services and having enough funding to be able to support their ambulances and what they're doing. And so that's the main purpose. Right now, you have an ambulance service that we are providing, that we are, yes, we tax, and I think it's 27 cents essentially is our tax levy rate for that. But we also supplement it significantly. It is run at a loss. We're talking anywhere between, and Rachel can speak, about $600,000 a year is a loss. That is after we bill everybody and get that back and we pay our staff. We are still supplementing at $600,000 a year. So, okay, so you have that, but then you also have 3 transport services as well that are volunteer services. And so, yes, it is difficult to find volunteers, and I understand that. But to me, it seems that we have 3 volunteer services and the hospital services. And so why are we not having the conversation about how do we make this better without impacting our pocketbooks as taxpayers? Because I'm a taxpayer ultimately, right? Like, for me, the hospital, if I'm not running the ambulance service, I obviously save $600,000 a year, right? Like, it's easy math for me, yay, for us. But I'm a taxpayer too, so I'm gonna have to pay more for a service that's currently here. If we really truly believe in making this a system, then we need to work together and figure out how we can do that with a less impact. That's just my opinion, and that's how I firmly feel as a taxpayer.
I just assume that the EMS and those volunteer, if you want to call them organizations, or those volunteer units and the hospital are all discussing this all and all working together and I guess trying to build, how can we make this the best for Crawford County? Is it piggybacking off of what our current system is doing? Is it improving that system? To me, I guess all of that should be in the discussion. That's what we should be talking about. Am I wrong, or?
I mean, I think, and yes, I have met with Ty and Zach, and I would be at that time very supportive of maybe, you know, does the hospital still run it? Does it not? I don't know, but I have lots of questions that haven't been answered. I asked for back then a plan, I still have not seen one. I need to, in order for me to make the best decision for our patients in this community, I have to have information. And I get it that we have people that are leading and they have, you know, what they envision, but ultimately I'm responsible. John is responsible. We are the decision makers. So none of this has come to us to say, hey, this is what we're talking about in these meetings. What do you think?
Ty, you had something?
Well, I thought that's why I came to these meetings. I mean, I'm not EMS. Well, I was there as an intermediary because I'm on the board's representative on the EMS Association. And then I'm also a concerned member, but I'm also EMA to make sure that my EMA guy isn't doing EMS on EMA time. But, and he's not. But that's what I thought we were there for. I mean, is it the EMS people or my responsibility to reach out to your board? When we did come talk to you about this. And
when was the last time you came to talk? You and I talked this summer at the fair.
we were our last meeting.
It was after
I
the
mean,
fair.
we've talked to Teresa with you. I mean, we've done.
I came and talked with you.
I don't know what you need. And so I don't, I mean, that's why I'm saying, I don't know what you're looking for here. You said you want the plan that they've got.
No, I want a plan about how quality is going to be maintained or improved. What is the benefits for the community and for us to spend more money to do this? What does that look like? And
Well, that's a question I had at first. And I mean,
still
that's,
have that.
what's that?
I still have that.
And so do I.
Correct.
Yeah, but I
So I
believe
think-
that it probably will come out through all this. Taxpayers get this right. I mean, you say that you're ultimately responsible. I mean, I don't want to dig into the minutiae here of the contented workforce that you have, or how the, you know, that's what's going to have to all come out here. How about our volunteer services? Are they depleting? Will we eventually have no volunteers? How's your workforce? I mean, I haven't interfered with any of your stuff, and I don't know that they have either. Away from it, I mean, as far as asking the depths of, you know, why are some of your people that show up to these meetings to discuss it? You know, when I say your people, I mean EMTs and paramedics. So obviously there's some concern there too. And nobody's ever said anything bad or negative about it that I remember hearing. But you know, they're concerned about where the service is going. So I mean, I'm not here to push one way or another.
And I think you mistake my concern with not being supportive. I just think that I am not insupportive. I am concerned, and my concerns have yet to be addressed and answered. That's all.
Well, my concern is tax dollars. I don't think anybody's gonna question whether or not I dislike spending tax dollars. You know, I mean, but, I also know that we need to have an ambulance service that's not just today, but 50 years, 100 years from now. You know, that was one of the reasons we just put up this massive tower system was communications, in particular for either law enforcement or ambulance people. I mean, one of the places we put up a tower, when I was talking to the fellow that on whose land the property went on, he had a heart attack the year before, and people were having trouble on their handhelds, talking out of his house. He lived down in the deep hole. And so, I mean, there are necessary expenses, I guess you would say, like in the tower system. I don't know where we're at on this because it don't seem like communications have been great between the hospital or its board and the EMS personnel or their established committee. You know, so maybe there does need to be a lot more done, but
Does that require money?
well, eventually, even you require money. I mean, you're talking about you do it at a loss. I mean, how long is that sustainable at the hospital? I mean, if you're doing it at a loss, where are you making up that revenue? And how long before the ambulance system is too much of a burden for you? I don't know that answer either. You haven't disclosed any of that, how you intend to do plans. I mean, I don't know these answers. And these guys are also just trying to work on a system that the ambulance services, in particular the volunteers, are the ones that have been having the most frustration, I suspect. I mean, I don't know. This isn't my world. I'm trying to solve these. I'm just worried about the tax aspect. You know, I watch that, but then I also worry about the protect and serve the county aspects. Those are the two things. And I'm not trying to say that the hospital don't do a great job looking after folks. You know, I mean, that's always everybody's personal opinion, but my opinion's always been good with the hospital. But we've got to actually do this. I mean, in this public hearing, I already thought that there were some things moving in the right, in the direction towards establishing social service, just due to the lock on this. So there was no movement from the hospital with the EMS people. You know, you say, I just tried to look for this email. Did you send it to my county email?
Yes. So Jean has something that she'd like to.
Can you remind me again who the task force is, who's all on the task force?
Yeah, so essentially it was made up of personnel from countywide as well as the EMS association. So it'd be myself, it'd be Matt Howland, it'd be Mackenzie Reese, it'd be Corey Gaskell, Corey Rayovich, William Vargas. What else am I missing, guys? Michelle Simons from West Side.
Okay.
Joe Gordon
from Dow City.
John Maple.
From Vale.
Okay.
So I mean, everybody is countywide. Everybody's included on this
Right.
on this task force.
So when the task force got
It's a task force that is trying to determine. Right, I understand that, but the advisory committee is not established yet, so we're trying to push this forward to ensure that we can get to where we need to be to start creating the actual plan that is going to be essentially put on the ballot.
I would like to bring up, when I go to these task force meetings, they probably get irritated with me because I do play the devil's advocate. Because I sit there and talk about the budget constantly, this is what it's gonna cost. And most of the time, they actually have some pretty good answers for why this is gonna happen and why that's gonna happen. And down the road, how they're gonna spend it. I don't have it. You're right. I can't find your email. I look. I mean, and I don't think I would have deleted one. I got 1,000 emails from you that are your address in CDC. So I mean, I don't know what the communication lap is here. I mean, I know you guys, I know Aaron's busy, and I'm sure that everybody in the hospital is busy. That's part of the issue where communications are getting lost. I don't know where it's at. Perplexing.
Jean?
I see this as a way to start the conversation, to get the whole community involved and to see what the plan is going forward. I'm not sure if the task force brought it forward. state is allowing it. I think it's a way to get the conversation started, have these meetings and see if we can.
I mean, I think that's the role of the public hearing. We're gonna have to have
Yeah.
3 public hearings just to get information to the public. And I
Really
mean, if I myself come up here and have questions about it, just imagine people that aren't aware of it at all, because they don't know anything about it, what they should be thinking about, what they should be, you know, what ways positive or negative, what's the success rate of the current hospital ambulance service? You know, are we missing calls? Are we not getting there? I don't know that. So I think that's all information that needs to get out to the public, so the public can make a wise decision. Dave, you had something?
Yeah, and Aaron, I mean, to your point, you know, like reaching out to us. I'm with you as far as, for all of us, we need to have these discussions so we have a clear path forward. I think the board's role essentially is to be that facilitator so we can have these discussions like we are right now. There are a lot of questions to answer. There are how things are gonna work, how they move forward. I'd like to see more conversations between all decision makers and people playing a role in this part so that we have a clear path forward. Like I said, well, this didn't get on our agenda because us 5 are saying we need to have this today.
Get the questions answered that people have.
This would be a good time if there's anybody else in Kyle, do you have something?
Zach, I know since you guys brought this to us, I said, you guys are gonna have to sell this to the public, and it's gonna take the collaboration of both entities to get together and explain to the people why you wanna charge $64.25 per person more, why this is gonna be a good thing. And I've said that, and it's gonna take the two working together to come up with that idea. It's not this board's.
Public will decide.
It's gonna be the will of the people. And that's, I think we've been firm on that since the beginning.
That's what I mean, we're here to facilitate these conversations.
So, I mean, when it's hearing today, it sounds like you got a good start. I mean, but there's a lot of work probably needs to be done yet in the background to sell it to the people.
I mean, when there's a resolution, I believe, that comes before this board that states in there to put it on the ballot in the fall, that we as a board don't want to stop that. We don't want to, you know, not pass the resolution and then not allow it to a vote in front of the people. Correct. I think we owe it to our public to let them decide. And I guess people can talk on that.
That CCMH is always committed to providing the best service possible. If there's other ways of doing it better, we're willing to have that conversation, but we want to see what that looks like first, right? Like, I think that's only fair because.
Absolutely.
And I've yet to see that, so how can I support it? I want to, I do, but I need to see that. It can't be just a concept, it can't be just a budget. Like, what are we budgeting for if we don't even know what this looks like, right? Like, I need to see, and that's all I'm asking, that's it.
That's what I thought.
Conversations, happy to go through it, I'm sure John is
Okay.
as well.
Because as a member of the public, I think that's what they would want to see more than anything is how does this look if it's passed? What are the options that you discuss as far as maintaining it at the current site, moving it to a different site? You know, I don't know if that has, I would hope that that has been discussed. What would this look like if we left it at the hospital? What would this look like if we took it out of the hospital? I would think, I guess, as a member of the public, I would hope that those are the discussions that are going on. So you can present that plan or a plan that you together came up with to present to the public as to here's why this is so important that we tax this money is because this is what has been happening in the past is how we think we can improve it. And this is how much it's going to cost for that improvement. And I would hope that many options have been discussed before you come up with, hey, this is our final plan. This is why we need to tax. That's what I would hope is someone that's going to either vote yes or no. I want to make sure that you guys have exhausted every avenue and you have come up with this is the best plan. Unitedly together, we've determined this is the best way to do it. But so I hope you get there.
Well, I think 60%.
That's a lofty.
And I don't think without
Wow.
Clear-cut plan that stuff we passed.
I mean, it just would be nice to have this plan before we come to this, because then we could be discussing what this plan looks like, the pros and cons, and then having really an opinion. It's really hard to have an opinion about something we don't know the final product and what we're trying to accomplish, right? Like, and so that's what makes this difficult, so.
I do it just for my own mind to wrap my head around this. With your 27 cents that you guys budget to cover ambulance, the shortfall, are you using hospital revenue to cover the shortfall, or is it other tax levy that goes towards it? I guess because in my mind, if it's other tax levy, then truly it's,
We can't do that.
okay, I didn't think
That
so.
would be illegal, and so we use our hospital revenue.
Revenue,
Yes, this would be patient.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around
Because your total tax asking from the county is about 1.9
Uh,
or 1.4, 1.4,
1.36.
1.36,
Our current levy rate, $1.39 per thousand.
$1.39 per thousand, and that generates then about what, 1.4 million? 1.9, okay.
Yep, I guess, Rachel, I don't, so what you're operating, are you, does it say $450,000 loss? I'm just trying to compare, do you know that number on just the ambulance?
We analyzed the last two fiscal years, fiscal year 24, we're in July and June. 24, we lost about 500,000, and then this last year that ended June of 25 was over 600,000 after insurance billings and after the 27 cents we were.
Okay.
So still the loss on half of that.
Well, I can jive, those numbers seem to,
But Aaron is correct. We cannot levy anything 27 cents per ambulance. Everything else is strictly covered by operations. That $1.39 is less than 5% of our revenue out of the hospital. 95% of what we do is true operations, has nothing to do with taxes.
Another question here. If we, just hypothetically, thinking here out loud, if this does come forward where we have a clear-cut plan that'll help and it does go towards essential service, and they have that levy to cover that, and that frees up the revenue you're using to offset that, would that revenue for you guys help develop or do more things at the hospital elsewhere?
We are not running an ambulance, if that's where it ends up, which we don't know, right?
Right.
I can't say for sure if we even levy for that, right?
Well, you don't levy 20, but the other revenue that you're using to offset the loss, how would you use that at the hospital?
Well, we have lots of things. I mean, if you think about our costs that we have, I mean, our costs just for supply costs have gone up astronomically. We have insurance companies that don't want to pay us. We have an 11% uninsured rate in our community. Do you guys realize that we write off $2 million every year in bad debt because people don't pay their bills and there's really not much else we can do about it? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's where it would go. But again, I mean, then the loss goes to the county, right? Like, so, I mean, I'm not advocating to not have a loss for us, but when it's passed on to the taxpayers too. So I have at least an opportunity to increase revenues in order to pay for those losses. We do know that some of the items that we do at the hospital are going to be a community benefit. This is one of those items. We know we have a loss. We know that this is a service that's needed. Somebody's having a heart attack, we want to make sure we're there. And so I want it for my family, I want it for yours. It's a community benefit, even though we operate at a loss.
Well, the board and Aaron have taken up the bulk of the time, so certainly at this point in time, I'll entertain if there's anybody else from the public that would like to speak. Once I said, just state your name and we'll give you up to 5 minutes.
We're on Zoom, just Rachel.
Whenever you're ready.
Bill.
My name is Bill Bruce, and I'm here today really as a retired healthcare person, and but more especially as a citizen of our county and a taxpayer in our county. I think to sort of look very briefly into the past, several years ago, I was involved directly as the CEO of the hospital in the planning to put up the towers. I was included in that, and I recall remotely, I think we wrote a $50,000 check just to support the planning of that. And that planning came to fruition with the establishment and deployment of a lot of dollars with regard to those towers. Recently, there was a hearing, I think, from the DOT about the bucket of worms. Thank goodness it came with a plan, not just with a price tag, because it's hard to get feedback on a price tag. When I look at the notion of this emergency services, probably unknown to most people here in the room, my first 15 years of my healthcare career, I started as a EMT. In fact, I started as a volunteer in a small fire service, went to EMT. Ultimately, I was the 4th paramedic certified in the state of Iowa after enactment of paramedic legislation. I went on to run a paramedic service. I chaired the system development of that service in Waterloo County. I then went on to chair the system development for the entirety of Southeast Iowa through a huge group of people. Our instinctive nature is to immediately say, we love to change as long as it's not us. And instinctively, we'll take up a fight or flight view of anything that's new. And that sort of applies to all of us. And I think the board in this situation has to rise up to the policy level, not the instinctive level, and ask the kinds of questions you're asking. Because I did do some research, I still have dozens of contacts in emergency care across the state of Iowa. And there have been counties that did implement an emergency services plan. They excluded the hospital in some of those situations. They didn't have volunteers to take a person with a medical or traumatic emergency from that hospital to tertiary care. The patients died. Now, I'll just be that blunt about it. When you look at a plan, you're asking me as a taxpayer to fund 200% more to this proposition than I currently do. And I kind of get back to my youthful years, and I have a horse and I have a cart. The cart is hauling the money. The horse is leading the direction. I think right now, this hearing is getting the cart well before the horse, because I haven't seen an operational plan of how to implement this and actually have an impact on mortality and morbidity in our county. About, 6-8 months ago, I was part of a pilgrimage, if you will, from an earlier time in my life in 1975. At that time, I was one of the paramedic team leaders, and we had a call to a little town called Searing, Iowa, about 500 people. And a miracle, it was stated, happened on that call. It was not a miracle. It was the result of the county law enforcement, the county emergency management people, the hospital people coming together to develop, in essence, that it's a new word now, but an essential services plan that assures gentlemen for plan. And I think a thoughtful, reflective to live because of an instinctive nature and ask for a whole proposal that describes the that horse will you to please rise at the enter the
Appreciate that. With Bill on the Wesco board, and I've always appreciated his history.
know you
Again. We're losing I have some opinions
So
on
Rachel, just how can you be compensated, I guess, inappropriately? I guess I don't understand.
$15 an hour is not pay for EMTs to stay here.
That's what currently the EMTs are getting paid at the hospital?
I don't have those numbers,
Okay.
maybe other Rachel can assist on that, but that's my understanding. And in the time I've been a volunteer since 2014, I've known a lot of excellent paramedics and EMTs that have left. I have some opinions about how the plan should roll out, but the purpose or function right now should be to start establishing that MSAC so that plan can be created and put before the voters. Like in Ida County, where an excellent plan was put out, it was very appropriate to the unique needs of that county, and I believe passed that vote at 78%.
Thank you.
I can speak to the wages. So I'm Rachel Logan, I'm the CFO of Crawford County Rural Hospital. I've been there about 15 years. The statements about wages are inaccurate. It's public, which no one sends it out everywhere. We have paramedics and EMTs, paramedics making over $100,000 a year. We have the privilege of participating in the Iowa Hospital Association. We have the data from every other hospital in the state of Iowa and what they pay their employees, and that's how we pay every employee, fair and equitable wages based on comparables. Just as you would do comparables for every single one of your position, we're comparing paramedic and EMT pay for every other county hospital in the state of Iowa. The other thing I'll say is just because what I've learned in the last 15 years is that there just seems to be confusion on Crawford County Rural Hospital in general. We're a political subdivision of the state, same as you. We are governed by Iowa Code Chapter 347. We answer to the state of Iowa, same as you. So I know that in the past there's been confusion, like I hear people say, oh, well, if we decide to let Crawford County Rural Hospital have it, we're both children of the same state entity. So we are separate in our own. So that makes sense with all due respect. Like no other entity in Crawford County, governs us or tells us what to do.
Right.
Same as you guys, we don't tell you what to do. The other thing is that I like Bill's reference to the cart before the horse because I want this board to really think about, this appears to be unprecedented to us. When you think about essential service, absolutely. Ambulance and EMS services across the state of Iowa, we've seen them just decide they're not going to do it anymore. And that's unfortunate. But to say that there is not already a critical infrastructure already in Crawford County that provides the safety and quality of our citizens, is somewhat of a bold statement, and that's in your resolution. Because I think every one of our employees at Crawford County Rural Hospital, 260 of us, that would assert yes, we do provide great quality care to this county, and that's exactly what we're committed to. I guess I would like to see an example. There are absolutely cases in the state of Iowa and the United States where essential services would absolutely be necessary. But why is it necessary in those instances? Because there wasn't one that was already operated? Was it a private corporation that said, we can't make this profitable anymore, we've got a hole, the county's got to sit and figure this out? That's what essential services was for. And again, if you have any more questions about the finances, please sit down with you any day. I can tell you our net billing revenue is less than half of what your proposal is, so I'd be curious to know where your revenue is going to be created from. Because as Aaron stated earlier, in our county, we have We have the highest uninsured rate of almost any county in the state of Iowa. If you think you're doubling your revenue by doubling your billings, you're doubling your bad debt. So, welcome any conversations about the finance piece.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak on
Yep, your name?
Mackenzie Reese. I am here with Bales EMS as well as the EMS Association president. I also am an employee at CCMH, and as far as paramedics making over 100,000, those that are making 100,000 or more, those that are making 100,000 and more are working 80 to 100 hours a week to make that kind of money. So 40 hours a work week, 48 hours a work week is not a thing right now because we are short, and I won't speak too much to that, but to say that we make $100,000 and we're well supported, like financially supported, we are, but 100,000 is because I work for it. So I just want to put that out there.
Mackenzie is one of the hardest workers absolutely out in our hospital. She is always there when anybody needs her. But to say that a flat rate is $15 an hour doesn't talk about the pay structure as far as shift differentials, call pay, and callbacks. And when you blend all that together to get an actual base wage, even for EMTs, making 50 or 60,000 different stuff in their shift, whether it's callback or other positions that have shift differential, you wouldn't be able to shift differential. But you can't just say that, oh, their base rate is this, because that's only one piece of compensation.
Again, we react instinctively, but realize there are pay models in the state of Iowa that are soup to nuts, A to Z. In the fire service, in the urban areas, oftentimes that's 24 hours on, 48 hours off. Sometimes it's even different than that. I mean, there's a multitude of different pay configurations that work to get people paid. And in the fire service, if they're not on a call, they do have sleep time at night. I don't know what the current setup is in the hospital, if there's an extended rest period, if they work one, I don't know. But just realize, rise above the instinctive and continue to question the policy, the more contemplative decisions.
Anybody else here in the room like to speak? Later, Ty, you? Yeah, I was just gonna ask if there's anybody.
Yeah, otherwise I do have one.
Anybody in Zoom land out there that would like to speak, please raise your hand and we'll get you to address the board. I don't see anyone, Ty, so if you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I want to throw one more thing in. I think you can detect the conflict. I suspect that's probably why the big plan hasn't came out, because I've seen a plan from the EMS Association. And Aaron right away said that, I mean, made it sound like we didn't have meetings about this, but we actually have had multiple meetings about this. And that was just her and I and Tim. And Teresa was at one or two of them. Yeah, in any event, then there's also been where we got together and Don did the, what do you call it, Menti, there you go. We did a Menti on the basically EMS services. And there's been other get-togethers. I don't make all of them myself because, you know, I'm just the board liaison to the EMS Association. But you can detect the conflict between, and I don't know if it's between the hospital and the EMS or the hospital. I mean, it's obviously the hospital is the current provider for EMS services. So I kept saying, what altogether, I don't want this to be about what the hospital's doing wrong. I want to be about what EMS could do to be better. I mean, that's been the you know, I mean, Aaron talks about that, but as the CEO of the hospital, I would see her as a more active proponent of the EMS working. I mean, I know she's busy, you know, and we're all busy. But I mean, I think that we've actually got to do a better job of talking. But that's also what this open hearing, this public hearing's about, is to start the process one. So the cart and the horse, they're hooked together, just, there's nobody driving it yet, okay?
Yeah.
So I would say, yes, there's a cart and a horse involved, but neither one's ahead of the other at this point. This is our initial engagement. And then from now on, we've got 2 more of these. And if I think we could actually waive the third if we get an agreement on the second, but it looks to me at this point, there's no way.
There's no way.
You cannot.
Oh, that you can't waive, okay. So I got that confused with other.
No, it's okay. Ordinances are that way, you're right.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of things, we gotta be the jack of all trades. In any event, I think that this is the initial discovery. If you if you would use a court analogy, this is our initial discovery where we come together and talk about things, see what if there is opposing sides, which obviously there is in this case, you can bring them out and see what they are. And I don't think that anybody, when we leave here, I would ask nobody look at this as us against them. Okay, if this is something we really need, and because it's going to cost significantly. So that's what bothers me is the cost. And but also is the long-term success rate of the EMS services. I mean, I've witnessed enough that makes me concerned in these meetings. And I know there's a lot of these meetings that I show up that I'm the only person in this room that isn't an EMT or a paramedic that's there. And so I'm trying to absorb that, and I try to share some of the stuff with this board, but you know, I share what I think is relevant to reality in the situation. And right now, I think what we need to do is kind of move forward with this. I do think that we need to see that plan on what you guys are going to be doing. And
I mean, I guess for myself, after hearing everybody, I guess the question I would have for Zach would just be, I mean, what's the driving force or driving factor to declare it as an essential ambulance as an essential service when it's already being provided in Crawford County?
So I think a big part is the support of the volunteers. I mean, within this plan, if you look at services, at 209,000, 70,000 goes towards each individual, or 70,000 goes towards all the services throughout the county. So transporting services get X amount, and then non-transporting services get X amount too. So that in and of itself is a huge benefit for the volunteers. That will help us retain volunteers moving forward, be able to send them to trainings, be able to send them to education seminars and conferences and so on and so forth. But the biggest part and the reason why I think the task force and quite frankly the EMS Association wanted to push this forward is sustainability. If you're working 120 hours a week, how long are you going to work? Are you going to work a 20, 25-year career? I'm not. I'm going to go find somewhere else to do it. What I want to know is if there is any, Mackenzie, you said that you're staffing troubles sometimes, right? If there are staffing troubles at CCMH, how can Shelby County just south of us have probably 15 to 20 different applications sitting on their desk for an essential service? Why can he get 108 applications for a regional transfer service? It's because he's built sustainability in that county for EMS. And I just want to reiterate and preface that employees working 80 to 120 hours per week is not sustainable long term. I certainly wouldn't do it. I've done it.
So since EMS would be hiring that same employee, entitled the same employee, why do you think you could have full employment at 40 to 48 hours a week and not have them do that when the hospital is doing that currently? I guess what makes it change just by calling it an EMS, all of a sudden we don't have overtime? Or
no, you will still have overtime. So I think the big driving factor is when EMTs and paramedics go to school, they don't go to school to clean ER rooms. They don't go to school to essentially do the job of nurses. I mean, when I worked out there, that's exactly what I did. I would clean rooms all the time. I would work at the ER all the time. And I don't know if that's changed much. I'm certain the EMS professionals from the hospital can attest to that. When you go to school to be a paramedic or an EMT, that's what you go to do. You don't go to clean beds. You don't go to do anything of that nature. It's, I think, culture plays a lot into it too. And moving forward, if this were to move forward, the culture of the county-based EMS system would be, it'd be fantastic, to be honest with you, because that's what EMTs and paramedics are driven to do.
So if currently, then what I got from you just saying that, you're saying that currently the hospital, when they're not on the call or they're not transporting or transferring someone, that they're used in other positions in the hospital.
Throughout the hospital.
Yeah,
I can talk to that.
Well,
I was just gonna ask.
I'd be happy to personally talk to that.
Okay, when I get done with my point, I guess, and then my question was, if they're in a separate facility, what do they do when they're not, then, you know, if
So-
currently the hospital hasn't doing something else, what would they be doing
So during
at a
that
different
time,
location?
they would be doing CQI reports on volunteer services. They would be doing CQI reports on their own service themselves, which CQI is continuous quality improvement. They talk about quality. The CQI process is a major factor in quality care and quality improvement. So being able to have the paramedics do that continuous quality improvement instead of just, you know, one person or whoever, that's going to build up their quality. That's going to build up their training. That's going to build up their education. They can then take that quality studies and then move it to education for volunteer services. They can create educational PowerPoints too for the volunteer services. There's a multitude of things that can be done during normal business hours. But you got to keep in mind that EMS is a beast of its own. You could work 24 hours straight and not do anything, or you could work 24 hours straight and you're running 20 of the 24 hours. So there has to be built-in downtime for these individuals, but also recognize that they're just not going to sit around and get paid. Obviously, they're not going to sit around and watch TV and get paid all the time. You know, so kind of a proposed schedule, if you would say, if they start at 6 a.m. and go to 6 a.m. for a 24-hour shift, they would do 6 to 8 would be kind of their own time to get their rig checks completed, get their get their rooms in order, get information from the offgoing crews, and then start at 8 o'clock, go to 4:30, 5 o'clock, banker's hours, whatever, and be doing CQI, be doing inventory, be doing anything that needs to be conducted during those banker hours. And then after that time, it becomes downtime, if you will. For suppers and, you know, whatever else that they need to do. They need sleep. I mean, they can't run 24 hours straight with
So
that.
Bill, you wanted to address something?
Yeah, I agree with Zach that continuous quality improvement is essential in any service setting. However, I also want to add to the list that after initial training, skill degradation of the paramedic is well documented in the literature. That is one of the most significant issues in the sustainability of quality care. Starting an IV is a skill. Endotracheal intubation is a skill. Those are not something that you can practice by reading a report. It comes from repeating that skill over and over. Now, to personalize that, I had my own family member picked up by the ambulance at my house. The IV was started in the back of the ambulance because the skill was extremely high. That family member ended up in the hospital, needed yet another IV started. I depend on the nurses for their knowledge of care and their plan of care, not necessarily all the skills. It was thanks to the skill of one of the paramedics that my family member got a successful IV at the hospital post-admission. That skill can't be practiced with a CQI process because just reading it doesn't reinforce it. And there are a whole host of skills, whether it be blood pressure at 45 miles an hour, a pulse in a crusty wind at 5 below zero, whatever it is, those skills need reinforcement on a continuous basis. It's very challenging to do that in a relatively low volume service in a county like ours. Now, if we transpose that to Des Moines, to Ames, I was running at least 10 calls every day. And I still practice those skills in the hospital to make certain I knew exactly what I was doing in the field. That has been shown, the literature's solid. If you want it, there's multiple publications of that.
That's what I was gonna go off of too. I'm Teresa Shear, I'm the chief nursing officer. I also oversee the EMS for 2 more weeks, but I have hired an EMS manager that's coming he's a paramedic with wings out of Sioux City. So he'll be running our EMS at the hospital, which we're very grateful for. But I also was gonna just tail off of what Bill said about, we had a paramedic that intubated in the ER the other day. And so to get those skills, a lot of our paramedics do have to do some of those skills and keep those skills up. They do start IVs, they do intubate. And so they do that out. If they're doing that out in the community, we're not seeing that a lot in the community of getting intubated in the field where they get their practice in the ER. And they're very much of a lifesaver to us in the ER. Their skills are amazing. I can say that my group are very well skilled. We actually have EMTs going back to school to be a paramedic that we're paying for from the hospital. And so
what's the classification? There's EMTs, there's paramedics. Are
Yes.
there other classifications?
No, we have, well, there's EMTAs, there's EMTs, EMTAs, and paramedics. And then there's critical care paramedics also. But right now we have EMTs and paramedics. And so I have one currently in school and I prefer to be a paramedic. And then we have 2 more EMTs that will be starting school in the fall to be paramedics. So we are, trying to build our group. It is challenging. It's challenging wherever you go. I sit on a board, the AONL, and we also talk about the essential services of other communities. Actually, one of the hospitals in Sioux City had to get their own ambulance to do transfers because their community-based EMS could not get their transfers out of the hospital. And that has happened throughout other communities and counties in the hospital in Iowa that have the essential service, where they said that their essential service or county-based ambulance is not able to get their transfers out of their hospitals. So either way, I think working together with the EMA will be very beneficial for us.
The other thing, just remember there is a standing joke among many of us who get together once a quarter as very old paramedics. And the standing joke is you can be a good paramedic, you can be an old paramedic, but it may be difficult to be both. Virtually every paramedic I've known in my career transitions to another occupation, whether that be moving up in a fire service, moving up in healthcare. That's not unusual. It is not a job for the lighthearted or the weak of muscle. It takes it out of you. I did it for 10 years, day after day after day. And to the same notion of the 80 hours a week when you add on duty and on call, it takes it out of you. It's probably no different than occupations you could relate to. But again, rise above it and say, I agree, the cart and the horse are connected. But don't ask me for a 200% increase without a description of what the horse is going to do.
I would just like to make a comment about skills. So I've been in EMS for over 10 years. I did EMS full-time for quite a few of those years. I did education for EMS, teaching paramedics and EMTs. Being a paramedic myself, I just want to kind of counter what you said about skill degradation, I think that is a false narrative, because I am as good of a paramedic as anybody else that runs on an ambulance day after day after day. I don't start IVs every day. I don't intubate every day. I don't do any of that every day. But I can guarantee you that if I needed to, it's a skill that I know how to do, and I am highly, highly proficient at doing that skill. So skill degradation is not, in the EMS world, it is not a big thing from my perspective, because it's something that you learn, and skills are already built into EMS calls. I mean, that's what we do, right? It's, in my opinion, like I said, skill degradation is something that shouldn't be necessarily focused on, because the quality of patient care that I see from the volunteer aspect is fantastic, and they don't do it every day.
And I
It's like
think Zach brings up a fair point. I am just telling you, I went by the literature and the data, and through CQI, when I had a medic going from 2 sticks per success to 6 or 8 sticks, simply because they hadn't started one in a while. Didn't mean they lost the knowledge, it's just some skill. No different than skills that exist in each one of your occupations.
Okay, anybody else from the public? Anything? Yes, sir. State your name and do you have something? I'm sorry.
No,
Oh, okay. I thought you were. Okay, gotcha. We just met time when you were reaching out. Anybody else? Okay, thank you everyone for your time and your input today. Entertain a motion to come out of our public hearing.
I'll make that motion to come out of public hearing.
Motion by Jean.
Second.
Second by Kyle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you everyone for your attendance. Move on to set the time, date, location for our second public hearing. Is there a time frame that we have to wait?
not to my knowledge.
So it was just the initial one was the 60-day thing.
So the 17th, the 7-day of 17th at 10 a.m.
I would like to see some time to maybe, we don't come together on this, the 60% threshold won't pass at the end of the day anyways. So have some of these questions answered for the second public hearing. I'd like to give us a little bit of time to maybe get some questions answered, be able to come back together, hash it out again. Like I said, if we don't come together, one way or the other, this won't pass anyways.
Won't pass.
I would just request that if anybody does have concerns, please email me, because I have never seen any concerns from the hospital. So when Erin said that she has concerns, I don't see them.
Zach, I met with you for 2.5 hours with concerns.
12%. I was not included. I wasn't included on the email either.
Going forward,
Yep.
let's look forward.
That's what I'd like to bring up. I mean, there's no guarantee one way or the other on this. But there is a guarantee that we're gonna have people in Crawford County, and there's gonna be things that happen to these people in Crawford County. So I think we need to always, push any adversarial tones that we have to the side and create the best system possible, whether it be with the EMS as an essential service or without. Because the paramedics are just like truck drivers. That's something I do know a lot about.
Right.
Without the logistics, you don't need the factory. So, I mean, that to me is where we've got to focus our energies on, creating the best system. And that goes for both sides of this coin. But I have seen where some have been reaching out on both sides. So I know it's possible. I know not everybody's been a player in that. I know that they haven't always brought the hospital board into this stuff. And to that, I have a lot of regret.
So we want to wait until the 24th, Gene, or what
We have 30
Well-
days. There's no rush on this.
No, there's no rush. We
I
can
was
wait
just
until
going
next month.
off of the
I
timeline
would
that
say
was
at least
set
give it
here,
30 days.
Okay.
30
My
days.
opinion.
But we need to make sure that in those 30 days, the tools are in place to make sure that all the right players are in that room, and someone needs to facilitate that, to make sure when we get together in 30 days, we're not the same place as we are today. So there has to be everybody, and that's the reason we have it on our agenda, so that we do get the awareness out there. We have the right players in the room to discuss and get this the right way to be sold to the public for election day.
From what I gathered from this public hearing is the hospital, and the EMS Association want to provide a service that is adequate and maybe even better than the current system. I'm not gonna say either one of them is bad, but I think Aaron expressed concern that the way I took it, it could be better. I'm not saying it's bad, but it could be better.
There's improvement always.
So it looks to me like if they get together and come up with a plan to make whatever system better, it's gonna be a win for the citizens.
Got some great players, and if they all put their resources
minds.
together, absolutely. So 30 days,
So is that enough? I mean, you should ask the players, 30 days enough to have those conversations.
Players.
If it comes back in 30 days with the same result we had here, I will say then the horse is at line.
but we do want to leave enough time to make sure we can get it on the ballot, if that's what we want to do. So with based on the timeline, you know, that's why I was stating,
Yeah.
if you want to run the timeline a little bit, we wait 30 days, you know, we've got all this work to do prior to the election.
You can't take gas with it.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of dollars.
60 days,
From the EMS Association's perspective, 30 days is more than plenty for us.
more than plenty.
I would rather not on March 17th.
What's that?
That's our really trauma day on the
Okay,
17th.
that's fine.
So March 10th, exactly 1 month from now, or March, yeah.
March 10th,
Does that
all
sound?
right, we'll set
They're
the
asking
time
for a
and
little more
date,
time.
What's that?
They're asking for a little more time than 30 days.
more time than 30 days.
If we're looking to truly be included,
I would think so.
it takes a while to get on
Okay.
schedules. People have probably meetings lined up, just like you guys do. You have to have
Absolutely.
meetings lined up for the next year.
Give us
Wanna
the
go
date.
2 weeks after, March 24th.
When does the board for the hospital meet? Last Monday of the month.
So you'll meet this month in February.
March 24th would be good.
The 24th, I am in a tabletop exercise for elections.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Then let's go April 7th.
Okay, so we get into April, we have to have this all done by September 4th in order to have 60 days prior to.
By September 4th. The third one, and if we gain a lot of ground within this time frame, I would think that the third one could be right away after.
Okay, right, okay, I'm game for anything,
So we have a motion, set it at what, April 7th, 10 o'clock here at the Board of Supervisors
Moved by
meeting
who?
room. I'm asking if we have that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
I'll make,
asking
I
for that.
will make a motion to
Okay.
set that public hearing for April 7th at 10 o'clock here in the Crawford County Board of Supervisors, to give everybody a chance to get this figured
Okay.
out, have the plan.
Motion by Gene. There's a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Second by Kyle. Further discussion?
30 days is good enough for us.
Not? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries.
All right,
Move on to
Thank you, everybody.
good conversation.
Thank you for all the comments.
Holmes Murphy, I'm sure has been watching with bated breath.
Hey, how is everyone doing? Can you hear me all right? Do you guys have my audio okay in there?
So Keith, you're on?
Perfect. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Well, thank you for the time today. I know
Turn
myself
it up
and
a little
Melissa.
bit. Yeah.
Hang on, Keith, it's pretty
Can we turn up the volume?
I have no idea.
Okay.
All right,
Can you speak a little louder?
Perfect. Can you guys hear me better now?
a little bit.
Okay, well, I will try to speak a little bit loudly and again, stop me. I know you guys are adjusting, so I'll wait a little bit. Is that better now?
Yeah.
I just saw the plus.
Okay.
Not an IT guy.
Yeah, IT is always fun. Well, and sorry for not being able to be there in person. I know we will plan on doing that when we have our formal renewal meeting. Really, the purpose of today was to kind of share what the initial increase was on the medical and dental spend. We do have some good news, so this should be pretty brief today. We'll of course come back after our IGHCP meeting to discuss in more detail what that's going to look like from the budgeting side. But a lot of what we'll discuss today is again just initial increase plan designs and what that can look like as we get closer to our 7/1 renewal. Can you guys see the screen okay as I shared it up on the big screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, before I jump into it, any specific questions, any comments, concerns before we kind of get into the agenda?
No,
I think we've seen this all last week.
Perfect. Perfect. Well, then I can run through this again. Just again, today's medical renewal, dental and vision as well too, and then next steps. So we wanted to start with again just the medical renewal. And as a reminder, just joining IGHCP, we've seen some pretty significant success in the stability of our claims and how we're controlling our medical cost. And I think this is a pretty good understanding of how and why and what that looks like. So really, this is just medical claims reporting. So we've de-identified everything, and really what this is showing you per month is the coverage charges, the claims paid, and the premiums paid. So just as a reminder, within that trust, you're not being dictated of your renewal just based on how you perform. They aggregate the entire claims performance based off all of the members, all of the groups within that trust, with the different cities, counties, and other government municipalities, and then produce a renewal that all of those members receive. So really what this is showing us, and again, there's a lot of numbers on here. Let's highlight the claims paid portion and the premiums paid. So this is a really strong indication of what Wellmark looks at when they're looking at a renewal on an individual group. So if you look at the premiums paid on the far right column, what we generally like to see is that number stay a little bit higher each month than the claims paid. Now you'll see that that varies month by month. And we know that that's how claims populate each and every month is they're going to go up and down. But really what this will populate when we aggregate it through January through December of 2025 in this data is going to be something called a loss ratio. So if you see down below the notes of current year 2025, Wellmark loss ratio at 101.4%. So for every dollar that you're paying in premium, Wellmark is paying out $1.01 for each of your claims over the last year. Just for an update, what Wellmark generally likes for that number to sit around is anywhere between 70 to 80%. That takes into account medical trend history, obviously nurses, doctors, etc. Are receiving some increase as well in their salary. Just the cost of care is going up. That's something that we're traditionally seeing, not only on the medical side, but more specifically on the pharmacy side. So it's really easy nowadays to hit a pretty expensive medication and have that continuously on your plan. So why I say this, if you see down below, if we're looking at it from the year to date, so our running from July to December, it's 108.4% loss ratio. So again, we can look at this and say that if we were a performer on our own, we would likely be seeing anywhere between what's a higher trend increase with Wellmark, which can sit anywhere around the 15 to 20% mark. That's not uncommon with some of the other clients that we've seen in Wellmark's book of business. But again, fortunately, with us being in the trust, we only received just under a 3% this year. So really, really good news. And you are benefiting pretty significantly from that trust concept. I'll stop there. Any initial questions? And again, I know we'll either share separately or we can run into a little bit more claim specific information. But wanted to show you that this is very helpful when thinking about producing an annual increase.
So our net increase, you said, is going to be 3%.
It should be around 2.9 on the fixed costs. Now, again, we have the ability to adjust, and we'll go through that in a couple of slides, what our accruals will look like and how we want to fund that budget, that claims layer. But right now, on just the fixed cost, if we were to keep plan designs exactly the same, correct, it's roughly a 2.9% increase. And I'll say, just kind of again tag along with general trend. What Wellmark has given us as annual trend for this year is anywhere around 9 to 12% is what we're seeing. And that's if you are running at a pretty good loss ratio, which is anywhere between the 75 and 85 number. So again, the trust has been a significant help for us because it helps stabilize our renewal due to the larger risk population. But yes, good question. Any others on that claims slide by chance? Perfect. Well, on this slide, it kind of just shows a highlight of the plans that we've purchased, in addition to how we're implementing a third-party administrator to buy down what the employees will see. So again, when you look at Blue Choice IGHCP Plan 14 in the furthest left column, that is going to be our copay plan that we're purchasing. And then, of course, we're implementing a third-party administrator to buy it down to the PSF plan that employees will see. So again, this is just showcasing what the plans are today. So we're buying a $5,000 deductible, a $9,100 out-of-pocket maximum, and then purchasing that down to a $1,500 deductible employee-facing and a $3,000 out-of-pocket maximum. Just based off what we're seeing with some of our other county and city clients, this is falling fairly benchmark just for the employee cost perspective of those deductible and out-of-pocket amounts. And again, it's some pretty good news, and we can try to keep our budget somewhat flat. And as a reminder, last year we did receive a 0% increase. So over the course of 2 years, when we're seeing an overall increase of 2.9% of our fixed budget, just again, very, very good news. Why I showed this slide is if we were to want to decrease some of that fixed cost, this is likely where it's going to be coming from. So we would have the ability to purchase different layers within our partially self-funded bucket, which we'll plan to talk about at our next meeting. But just wanted to start the conversation here of if we were wanting to decrease some of our fixed costs, it's likely coming from selecting and purchasing a different plan within IGHCP.
So you'll bring us those options at the next meeting?
Yes, we will. We'll have our annual IGHCP meeting in a couple of weeks. That's going to essentially help showcase all the different options that we can bring to you, the different budgeting options that, of course, we'll bring as well. Knowing that this is February and we start our budget pretty early, we just wanted to come in today and showcase kind of what it looks like so far with the initial increase and what the claims looks like as well. And this is a good example of kind of the accruals. So again, we talk about the fixed fees that we're paying just for the medical premium. And then again, since we're buying down that layer, that deductible and out-of-pocket maximum amount, the county's actually putting in what we call a claims reserve of a certain amount of dollars to help offset some of those claims that may fall within that threshold. So again, a lot of numbers on this slide, but let's just focus on the top 2 columns just to start. So when you see fixed costs in the top left, down below are going to be the 2 different plan options. So right now in the $1,500 plan, we have 18 employees enrolled in the single tier and 63 enrolled in the family. On the $3,500 high deductible health plan, we've got 13 on single and 10 on family. Over to the right, you'll see our current costs. So for the 2025 and partially 2026 plan year, our $1,500 plan, if we were just to purchase it from IGHCP, that's going to be our premium. So $722 for single and a little over $1,800 for family. Now we add in these additional fixed fees down below, whether it be fees for Holmes Murphy, whether it be fees for our TPA, in addition to IGHCP fees, and that gets us our monthly fixed cost. So that's going to be for plan 1 on the $1,500 plan and plan 2, the $3,500 plan. So you can see that our fixed costs for 2025 and 2026 is going to sit on plan 1 of 1.5, a little over that, and then $314,000 for plan 2. Now, what we'll do is we're talking about fixed costs, that 2.9% increase that the trust is receiving. This is where the numbers will fluctuate going into 2026 and 2027. So really the only increase is coming in this top fixed cost bucket of where you can see the premium differential of, let's again, for example, use the $1,500 plan. 722 is going to go to 743. So again, that's just for fixed cost, because we will add in the claims funding down below, which you have the ability to adjust that up or down. But again, wanted to show what the fixed cost increase looks like, because if we were to keep everything the same on the claims funding down below, we would see down below that we are going to receive an annual increase of 2.39 when we include the variable cost of our claims funding. So again, I just talked a little bit, so I'll pause there. Again, this is kind of just the renewal that we're showing so far today prior to any plan changes or budgeting conversations within the claims funding. Any initial questions on the 2.9% increase or anything on this page?
So Keith, my only question is it fair to analyze this by looking at the annual administration costs of the $1,500 plan? And that's $1,581,946. And there's 81 employees that take that plan. So divide that by 81, and it costs $19,530 per employee. And if you jump over to the 3,500 plan that costs $314,100, divide that by the 23 employees that are taking that comes to $13,656. So is it fair to say that 1,500 plan costs us, Crawford County, $6,000 more per employee than the other one?
Correct. And that's absolutely a fair assumption. And partially the reason for it is just because that plan is a little bit more rich. So you can see just suggested monthly rates down here below. This is exactly what the monthly rates are to be. Now, keep in mind that this takes into account the full premium, not always what Crawford County is going to contribute. So from this amount, this premium amount down below, we would then put together a contribution strategy similar to last year that shows based off this annual premium, based off the rates, based off of the Crawford County budget and how we want to contribute to each plan each year. That's going to be the county cost versus the employee cost. So out of these bottom amounts, the 2.2 and then 2.268 in 2026, there is going to be partial employer or the county cost and then the employee cost as well. I don't know if that answered your question specifically, but.
Yep. Thank you.
And just as a reminder, or
Go ahead.
were you gonna say that?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So just as a reminder, the contribution for the HSA that we do every month, equals what the other plan is.
That difference.
So each plan essentially costs the county the exact same amount.
Yeah. I just had a question about the claims funding, or the partial self-funding portion. What is that based on again?
Yes, and go ahead. Is that Amy? Amy, do you want to go ahead or is that Terry?
This is Terry.
Yeah, Terry, to your question, this is based off of a percentage of funding. So if you think back to a couple of years ago when we moved from self-funding, so completely self-funding your insurance, into the partially self-funded model, we tried to base our claims funding similar to how we were doing it in a self-funding model, just to keep budget fairly consistent as we were moving forward into a new strategy. Now, again, this is completely adjustable within the claims funding layer. So that's where we would take a little feedback of if we understood the county's budget. So what amount of dollars does the county want to budget for this medical plan year? We could either adjust contributions or claims funding to that amount. Now, a lot of employers will say, the 2.9% increase is fairly on trend. It's also probably better than what we would received by ourselves. So we could keep things consistent. We could keep things consistent in the claims funding layer and then maybe contribute more or less. So it really all derives around the strategy. Now, to the question earlier on the high deductible versus the copay amount, yes, the county would contribute less if more employees would enroll in the high deductible health plan. Now, that's not saying we're trying to push employees over there, but for a lot of employees on that $1,500 plan, they may not be using the plan. So to Amy's point on the health savings account, I think maybe further education on that, further education on the county contribution could push employment and enrollment over to the high deductible health plan amount, which would decrease the overall budget. Terry, that was kind of a long-winded answer to your question, but that's where we would start maybe initially prior to adjusting the claims funding amount, just right off the bat. It's a good question. Any others on this slide? And again, we'll come with a lot more strategy and budget conversations, contribution conversations after that IGHCP meeting for our formal renewal meeting as well.
No, I'm looking forward to looking at the options.
Perfect. Well, I will go into, that was just everything that we had on the medical today. Again, we'll have a lot more information that we can share privately or at our next meeting, but also wanted to talk through the dental and vision renewals as well. So just as a reminder, both with Delta Dental and with Delta Vision, right now Delta Dental is producing a 4% overall increase. Really what that is, $4,000. 4% is right on trend with what we're seeing with anything with Delta Dental. It's going to be anywhere between a 3 and a 5%. We landed right in the middle at a 4. I guess I'll pause here. Has there been any initial feedback from members on either Delta Dental and Vision? I know we had some of the providers just dropping insurance as a whole in the area, and we've got some workarounds behind that. But any additional feedback on the dental and vision products?
Did you hear anything, Amy? Or?
I have been hearing that the vision is not as good as what the SP was, like the coverage. But
okay.
I really don't know myself.
No, and Amy, I think that's great feedback. If we were to, I guess, get a further understanding of what part of, whether it be the plan or the cost, again, we have the ability to make that adjustment. So if you're hearing from employees of what they'd like to see or what it was previously, we'd be happy to look at alternates too. Perfect. Well, the good news on the vision is you're receiving a 0% increase. So the cost is staying flat of $16,000, a little over that roughly for the full amount. And then you'll see what the premiums are down below. So right now we've got some pretty good enrollment into the vision plan. So for those employees, the cost is staying flat. So that is good news for this year. So really, this is kind of what we're ending on today is the 2026 renewal decisions. Again, we'll come back in a couple of months with a formal renewal meeting to talk through some of the alternates, but it really will be around the plan designs, rates, and funding. So do we want to adjust any of the plan designs to try to get that 2.9% renewal down to flat? Now, that could come at more of a cost responsibility from the county, or it could come from decreasing the richness of the plan design. So whether it's increasing the deductible or out-of-pocket maximum, or just the different cost responsibilities, we'll be able to share some of those alternates in addition to the HSA contribution. So I know we were implementing that fairly new last year or the year before that. So if there's any adjustments that we want to do on the HSA contribution to drive steerage over into that high deductible health plan, that could be another consideration. On the medical side, that would be our strategy. And then on the ancillary, so think of your life and disability, your work site products like the AFLAC coverages, critical illness, hospital indemnity, and accident coverages as well. We did go out to market. We're still waiting on a couple of carriers to come in. So right now, some of those coverages are with NIS. We have received one quote where the basic life insurance cost is a 20% decrease. So that's good news. So keep in mind, we are working on those ancillary market coverages as well, in addition to the medical conversation that we'll make sure to bring at our formal renewal meeting. So this is more of what's to come. But outside of this, is there anything that you all wanted to see more of? Is there any adjustments that you wanted to see? Any feedback is very helpful as we get closer to renewal time of July 1st.
I mean, Keith, I'm looking forward to looking at some plan designs that may offset that 2.9% increase.
Okay. Perfect. We can bring those to the table. Anything else other than the alternate plan designs? Do we feel comfortable, I guess, just from a budgeting perspective? And maybe Terry, this is more pointed to you on the claims funding. I know it's kind of remained fairly consistent over the last couple of years. Do we feel comfortable with that amount, or do we want to see the plan design alternates first before we maybe talk about the funding conversation?
Right, I think we need to see the alternate plans. And I don't know if, in order to maybe tweak the prescription side, do you have to look at alternate plans? To do something a little more, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, I guess. Maybe the tier levels or that kind of thing. Does that require a different plan or?
Yeah, Terry, good question. So when we get the IGHCP renewal, there's a little over 30 different plan designs that we can choose from. So there's a wide variety of different alternates that we can bring that could adjust that 2.9% up or down. To your point, yes, some of it is the formulary. I know within the trust, the formulary is staying fairly consistent. So a lot of what we look at is the deductible and out-of-pocket amount. So whether it's increasing what we're buying from IGHCP or increasing the employee's responsibility, there's a couple different ways that we can offset that 2.9%. It's really just going to be dependent on what the county's decision is going to be on if they're going to take on that cost, or based off of budget, are we kind of splitting it up with some of our employees?
Got it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Keith.
I got one question that's gonna kind of put you on the spot, but you probably can't answer it. But as we move forward with property tax reform in the state of Iowa, and you guys primarily work with county and city governments, what is you as a company gonna do to try to help keep your costs down? Or are you just, because we're also gonna be working with less revenue, so effectively your expenses and raises and such will be passed on to us, the consumers. So, I mean, I don't know if you can, but are you guys thinking ahead of that? Because I mean, obviously you will see a lot less potential for revenue on your end with your affiliation with government entities.
No, good question. And I know that's something, and just to clarify, are you meaning the fixed expense that Holmes Murphy receives?
Right. Well, not just the whole total operating expense, because obviously your total operating expense gets ultimately passed down to all the people that purchase into the company. I would assume, unless you're getting funding from some other sources, but I don't know of.
Oh, no. Good, yeah, and good question. And I think just to kind of back up to, you can think of Holmes Murphy as the broker. So we're kind of separate from IGHCP. IGHCP is really the trust that's managing the cost, and a way for counties, cities, and other government municipalities to come together to spread risk. So when we think about back to kind of what we're seeing on our claims, since we're over that loss ratio of 100%, if we were to be standalone, if we were to purchase insurance policy just from Wellmark Direct, I mean, I have a construction company and Independence that received a 35% increase this year, and their loss ratio was around 130%. So I think our way of trying to stabilize some of the costs, year on and year out, would be a trust concept similar to what you're in an IGHCP. So I'd say, I mean, even in the private sector, if we were to go to an employer and say, if you were to average, a 1% increase over the last 5 years, would you take that? And all of them would jump on it. And again, I don't want to, take light of the increase. It's a lot of dollars, and health insurance is typically a very, very high expense in the county's budget. But one of the ways that we can stabilize it is in a trust concept. And just based off what we're seeing in your claims, there's not much that we can do about a cancer coming onto the plan, or a medical procedure. Insurance is there for a reason, but our way to stabilize it is that trust concept. I don't know if that answered your question correctly. I'd be happy to go through more detail.
Keith, just to Kyle's point, that, depending on what the federal government does, but it may come to a point in time where, as a government entity, like a county government, we may just say, you know what, we're just going to give an extra 10 grand to each employee. They can go out on the exchange, find their own plan. If you can buy one for 5 grand, you get to keep the 5 grand, use it for health expenses. But that way we can kind of minimize our costs from the county's perspective, and it won't go up dramatically just because health insurance costs are going up. Put some of the, responsibility of it towards the employee, and let him go out and shop and find his own. Maybe he'll be shopping at your store.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a really good question. And that's a lot of what our private companies are doing, is something called ICRA. So that's kind of what you're referencing, where if you're saying county gives each employee X amount of dollars, they go out and find insurance by themselves. That's something that we could absolutely look at. I think I'll play devil's advocate here. One of the issues in our market right now within the ICRA space in Iowa is they only provide an HMO offering from a plan design. So employees would only be able to receive care in the state of Iowa unless they go and purchase a United Healthcare plan. There's Oscar plans, there's different networks that they can choose from. So that would be one negative that we typically hear from that model. The other is employee satisfaction, maybe when it comes to just the support that they get. Because they would, in theory, these 140 different employees could all be selecting different plans. So who is answering those questions? It would have to be that ICRA vendor, and sometimes they're not getting as detailed as a response as what they could get. Now, again, we're not here to say that that's the wrong or the right opportunity. We're here to kind of help you navigate those options. So if that's something that we want to look at, we can absolutely do that. But really what that looks like is you give us your budgeted dollar, and then we break it out for each and every employee.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I guess my point was that insurance companies, not just you guys, but in general, I'd like to use State Farm as an example, claim they lose so much money, but then you drive through Phoenix, Arizona, and you see this great big State Farm stadium. They're not losing money, they're just not making as much as they projected. So, and they're dropping or raising rates, doubling the rates, and that's just unfair to the consumer, in my eyes. That they should be passing, instead of buying stadiums, they should be pushing that stadium on to the consumer.
Patrick Mahomes likes me.
Well, no.
That's right. No, I hear you. And it's never fun for us to come and deliver increases as well. I think I'll speak to Wellmark. They are a phenomenal partner just within the state. They are technically a nonprofit, and you can speak with that with what you will. But I'd say traditionally of what we're seeing with some of our other carriers, Wellmark's done a really, really good job trying to mitigate cost. Terry, to your point earlier on the pharmacy cost, they're actively reviewing their different formularies, what drugs are available, and are there alternates available. For example, there's a drug called Stelara that's anywhere upwards of $20,000 per script. Wellmark found that there's an alternate that does the same exact thing for $600 a month. So they removed Stelara from their formulary, and now all employees are receiving that other drug, which is a significant decrease. So a lot of it, too, to your point, is which partner and which network are we selecting? Wellmarks tend to be a good partner, but we love the feedback. Please, keep us updated with kind of what you're thinking on, different funding arrangements to the different concept, or different network options. And sorry, I saw there was another question coming in.
Was there part of your point, Kyle, that with property tax legislation, we have no idea where it's going? And that's health insurance, I mean, other than the employee payroll itself, health insurance is probably one of our bigger costs.
Mhm.
And I mean, not necessarily you, well, Mark Luce, they, between the state and letting us collect less and you guys need more for whatever reason, you know, whether it's medical or prescription costs, but you might price us right out, and that's why Craig brought the point that we might have to just throw so much money at the folks and say, hey, we're doing the best we can, but the revenues just aren't there, or you're gonna have to pay more. Well, we can't even get to pay more property tax for cash. So I mean, that's where we really need help. Is figuring that. I mean, and I don't want to use his, like where the president went after getting lower on like the Ozempics and some of them that are obviously big cost drugs. I mean, is there more of a push through the insurance world to get that kind of stuff down? Because we need some help getting these costs under control. You know, I mean, we're just kind of at the dictation, and maybe you guys aren't any better off than we are being dictated to on what we're going to have to deal with. But health insurance is phenomenally high, you know, and especially if you start getting people that are sick. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
As they age, they get sick, you know, and obviously this is a good place to work. We've got a few aged people, but you see what I point? We're needing some help there.
Yeah, no, and again, we're having these conversations with every employer that we're talking to, whether it's municipality or private. Maybe to put some ease at mind, some of the, I would say the average renewal that we're receiving from our municipality groups is right around 7%. So ease at mind knowing that you're under that. Now, to your point on what we can do, a lot of, you know, the strategy that we're in being in a partially self-funded or fully insured model is right now Wellmark owns our risk. So we don't have the ability to go to different pharmacy strategies and different stop loss strategies to help mitigate that cost. Now we can look at that, but then we would be moving into a fully self-funded model. Right now, and I know we moved from a self-funding model, based off how your claims are looking, since we're over that 100% mark, self-funding just doesn't make sense. One, because there's so much variable cost. And again, there could be $1 million claimant that pops up that we just don't know about that would really put the county's budget at kind of at jeopardy. So again, it's kind of that balance of how much risk versus reward are we kind of playing in at, and is, you know, the strategy to kind of keep things very stable. And I think if that's the case, we're in there. Now from that, it's based off the budget. So what can the county contribute? And what do we may have to push towards the employees as well. So part of that can come from the plan design. Part of that can also come from just maybe a number of here's what we want to budget for health insurance this year. And then we can build out models that'll dictate what the employee's cost responsibility is going to be, whether it be from premiums or plan designs.
Thanks, Keith.
Perfect. Any other questions?
Look forward to hearing from you in a couple of weeks.
Awesome. Well, we will see you then. You guys have a great rest of your day and appreciate the time today.
Thank you. Next up on our agenda, Taya.
Thanks for being patient.
Be here on a busy day, so.
That happens. I figured it was busy when Terry told me 11.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't have even
Right on the
begun to
line.
guess that one. That was horrible.
That actually was a very good EMS
We're
conversation. I'm
working
glad I
on
walked
getting
into
another
that.
chair with wheels, but it's not working out very well.
I don't mean, I sit on the Carroll County EMS board, so it was very interesting to me.
Oh.
Yeah, I was listening before, I was like, yeah,
Very interesting.
well, it's just like everything else, it's not that you don't need it, you need it, but how do you find it, right? That's a whole world.
Be anxious to hear that.
Yeah.
I got your number.
Yes. I'll let Michelle start off.
Yeah, I'm gonna just start off really quick where we're at. Sorry, we keep going back to your table and we know you're really busy.
We're glad to see you.
But we do have a very tight timeline. So that's kind of why we keep coming back around. So I'm just gonna give you a broad overview. This is the opioid grant that we're working through. And thank you so much for showing us the space and walking through the different spaces. That helped a lot. So Taylor looked at the details on that.
With us, we were awarded the Centers of Excellence through the Recovery Center as well this last week, so there's a lot of exciting things going on. That will build off what we're doing with the opioid grant money. So hopefully that will mean that we can offer more services in the county and take them obviously back to the Recovery Center. We'll see how that goes further. Like anything else, we have to find the employees to do it. So we're going to utilize what we have right now to start, but to be able to do that 5 days a week. Because we talked about this, I'm a firm believer in if you put the person there, the services will come. So I think that if you just like, oh, by appointment, you can't just walk in. I feel like that doesn't work well. That's what I did with the OB partnership with Mertzu, and I'm like, let's just put them there and see what happens. You know, what's the worst thing? Lose money, right? Oh.
We've got that plan.